as Indonesia moves towards its golden generation in 2045. High-quality educational foundation is essential for the progress of various industries and contributes to the nation's advancement. We have experienced through various times with our dedication to building the nation. Step by step, we work towards achieving a single goal, no matter how small it may be. Our first small steps began in a simple house, with the hope of sharing knowledge with the community, ultimately aiming to establish ourselves as a world-class university in Indonesia. In every action, we bring the spirit of striving for excellence, respect for each other, and being a valuable part of the community. Driven by the spirit of fostering and empowering, we, together with BINUS, continue to move forward in developing the talents within our community by reaching out to more places, providing greater opportunities, and expanding the society's horizons even further based on the needs of As Indonesia moves towards its golden generation in 2045, high-quality educational foundation is essential for the progress of various industries and contributes to the nation's advancement. We have experienced through various times with our dedication to building the nation. Step by step, we work towards achieving a single goal, no matter how small it may be. Our first small steps began in a simple house, with the hope of sharing knowledge with the community, ultimately aiming to establish ourselves as a world-class university in Indonesia. In every action, we bring the spirit of striving for excellence, respect for each other, and being a valuable part of the community. Driven by the spirit of fostering and empowering, we, together with BINUS, continue to move forward in developing the talents within our community by reaching out to more places, providing greater opportunities, and expanding the society's horizons even further based on the needs of the times. We have not traveled this long journey alone. Together with those who share the same spirit, more than 2,000 partners across various industry sectors have collaborated with BINUS University and BINUSians. We focus on building the nation through innovation, technology, and digital advancement by producing hundreds of important works that have a broad impact on Indonesian society. starting from encouraging one another to improve. Helping to overcome limitations. And bringing new hope into the lives of many people. Building the potential of various regions in Indonesia while expanding horizons through digitalization. This is our commitment to continuously serve in creating a competent and empowered society. We're committed to educating the younger generation because we believe that with good education, they will be able to share benefits to more people and play a role in building Indonesia and even the world. BINUsians have proven this commitment by achieving recognition at various levels of achievement. We will carry on this spirit forever, no matter how far we can go, whether for those who are paving their own path, entrepreneurs and startups, or for those who have explored the world globally. Contributing positively to the development of our nation has led us to receive various awards, making BINUS University one of the best universities in Indonesia and bringing us closer to our ultimate goal, fostering an intelligent and empowered society. BINUS University, a world-class university, fostering and empowering the society in building and serving the nation. As Indonesia moves towards its golden generation in 2045, high-quality educational foundation is essential for the progress of various industries and contributes to the nation's advancement. We have experienced through various times with our dedication to building the nation. Step by step, we work towards achieving a single goal, no matter how small it may be. Our first small steps began in a simple house, with the hope of sharing knowledge with the community, ultimately aiming to establish ourselves as a world-class university in Indonesia. In every action, we bring the spirit of striving for excellence, respect for each other, and being a valuable part of the community. Driven by the spirit of fostering and empowering, we together with BINUsian continue to move forward in developing the talents within our community by reaching out to more places, providing greater opportunities, and expanding the society's horizons even further based on the needs of the times. not traveled this long journey alone. Together with those who share the same spirit, more than 2,000 partners across various industry sectors have collaborated with BINUS University and BINUsians. We focus on building the nation through innovation, technology, and digital advancement by producing hundreds of important works that have a broad impact on Indonesian society.
For the committee, please help me to close the door. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected keynote speakers, honorable professors, researchers, elders, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 6th International Conference on Innovation in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision ICICV 2026. On behalf of BINUS University and also Manipal University Jaipur, my name Afni and also my colleague Roy will also accompany me later. It is our great pleasure to welcome all the participants joining us, both on site and also online here in Jakarta from around the world. We are delighted to have researchers and practitioners from academia, industry gathering together to exchange ideas, present innovation research, and foster collaboration that will shape the future of computational intelligence and also computer vision. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, may I kindly ask everyone to ensure that your mobile phone are switched to silent mode to help us maintain a smooth and respectful conference environment. So for the first occasion, it is now my great honor to invite the General Co-Chair of ICICV 2026 from BINUS University, Professor Ford Lumban Gaul, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor Ford, the stage is yours.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to express my sincere appreciation, thank you, especially to the Professor Niti Sharma, the President of Manipal's Jaipur, India. Thank you so much for coming to the BINUS University. And Professor Kuldeep Singh, thank you so much for coming as the Dean of Faculty of Science, Technology, and Architectures, Manipal University. And please, Professor Vijay Singh, Dhaka, that's coming today as well as the Department of CCA, Manipal University, and Dr. Grida, Head of the Department. Thank you very much. Good morning. And of course, the very busy guy, the Dr. Depak, they always discuss, and of course, Dr. Satya Bratano Roy as conveners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the BINUS University. This is a great honor for us, and one of a very, I can say, mutual symbolism between two big universities collaborate together in one conference today. I have a couple kind of things that I want to share to you, because this conference is very, very interesting. Why? Because we have a very strict kind of rules about the heterogeneity of the papers, I mean the authors. That's very strict, regulated by Springer. And of course, from number of submission, almost 1,000 submission, we have a very detail about looking about the papers that we submitted for the Springer for the publication. That's very interesting. Second is, this is kind of collaboration is very good because not only about India and Indonesia, but also about how do we knowing each other, especially in the culture between India and Indonesia. And thank you so much for the presidents of Manipal, and of course the leader of BINUS that today will be represented by Professor Juneman as the vice rectors of BINUS University. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the funny story because, not sorry anyway, but I wanted to share to you. Once upon a time, there is kind of a story that three professors want to come to the heaven. God asking which one of you that will become first. The first professor, he's from the surgery. He said like this, I have to be enter first because, you know, Adam's and Eve make a creator from Adam. You know, because it's surgery. Because that's taken from the bone of Adam. And then God they say, oh yeah, okay. And then, oops, suddenly the engineering guy, professor say, no, cannot, because before in Adam, there is a chaos. And then God say, oh yes, of course. I have to resolve the chaos because I'm in engineering, and they solve it in 6, and after the 7 days, they solve it. And then suddenly, the computer scientist comes up, professor for computer science, because I'm professor of computer science. And the guy say, why? What do you want to say? You know who's the source of the chaos? That's from us, computer science. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of AI is become chaos nowadays. For instance, like we are in the university, there are some of students, or even us, the professors, have we call it hallucination. And it's become a big problem for us to knowing which one is the correct one, which one is the wrong. Sometimes when the students submit their own report, we say, so this is us very magnificent. However, those are garbage. Sometimes the students submit to us the whole garbage, and our duty is to make sure those garbage become a real one. That's the first. A couple days ago, last week, actually 2 weeks ago, I visit Taiwan as a visiting professor in National Kaohsiung University in Kaohsiung City. We discussed about the increase of price, especially in Taiwan. And then they said, this is the blame of inflation. Inflation. Because a couple days ago, this is only 50%. Nowadays, it's become more and more. And then I said, okay, so what do you think about inflation? What is the definition? Because we're talking like a professor, you know, always say a definition. And then he said, oh yeah, definition of the inflation is getting high rise. But I said not the high rise, but the reduce of the value of things, can be good or services. That's the same with us. Like today, we have so many knowledge that's become reduced in the term of value because of AI. So the term of the innovation, as mentioned in ICICV, is very interesting because the innovation nowadays is totally different with 10 years or 20 years ago because of the AI. And today, ladies and gentlemen, we are happening today in here in this beautiful conference, ICICF, to discuss, explore more about those things. Yesterday, Professor Nilanjan mentioned about singularity. I guess that's because part of the chaos, right? And of course, today we will explore it about those kind of issue today, about how those chaos happens and how those unders value of the knowledge will be happening in the future. And then we know knowing about what is actually the role of AI in the futures. Now today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform it to you the committee from Bina Nusantara, Bina University, DCS, that become a committee today. This is Dr. Afni as the MC, is a lecture specialist of doctorate program. She's as an expert in AI, but Dr. Afni never make me chaos. Yeah, thank you. And then Professor Haryono, this is one of the senior lecturers, is the head of program of computer science from BCS. And Professor Spitz, this is the head of head of program for information system. And Dr. Yuliani, where's Dr. Yuliani? This we call it, Indonesia we call it Korlap, yeah. The operation coordinators, that's a very busy lady. He's the deputy head of the department. And Dr. Ilfico, that's behind it, is working in the multimedia. He's a lecture specialist as well. And there are another person that's still ongoing coming here. And of course, Professor Juneman Abraham, the vice rectors. And thank you so much again to Professor Sarma that's bring all of the team here. Thank you so much, Professor, and hope you enjoy for the coming in here in Jakarta. Enjoy. And by the way, in the gala dinner, please do not moving from here, because we have to push our stamina, because we have something more exercise in the gala dinner. Of course, exercises and a very beautiful kind of delicious food. This will be wonderful in the gala dinner. Thank you so much. Give it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ford, for this beautiful welcoming remark. Now I would like to invite on the stage Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, who is the General Chair of ICICV 2026. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all. Respected Professor Nitin Nipun Sharma, President Manipal University, Jaipur, Professor Juneman Abraham, Professor Ford Lumben, and other delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's an honor to come here to this university, which is doing very well in the private sector. We have seen it for the last 24 hours or so. So thank you for inviting us and our delegate here. So the quality of a conference is known by the acceptance ratio of the papers and the number of times it has been held. I think this is one of the wonderful conference, and the acceptance ratio I came to know is about 11.35% only. So a big applause to the organizers. And it's not an easy task to reject a paper these days because of what Professor Ford said about AI and its limitations. So it's more task to the organizers these days to find out the quality of the paper. There are a good number of tracks. Of course, what I understand, it's a computer science conference, but computer science, except for a small amount of research which they do themselves, most of their other research is application to the other areas of science, engineering, healthcare, etc. So, and I can see a lot of good number of tracks about AI and computational intelligence, about like if I take my own field, I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. So data science and analytics, intelligent computing, and IoT and emerging technologies, and computer vision. I don't know how much application computer vision has in computer science engineering, but it has a lot of application in mechanical manufacturing engineering, particularly about reducing cost and improving quality in the areas which are most important in the changing geopolitical situation about the defense and healthcare. So reduce type 1 and type 2 errors. Computer vision is widely used these days. About this, the way we are doing about computational vision and this. So the way, it's not about the way the industries operate, it's the way we live, about smart homes, about smart cities, which are affecting our life and the future of generations. So conferences like this which have a lot of application in different domains, are very much required around the world. And I'm sure this is not only the presentation here, but we make good friends when we go back. We should discuss here more about over the gala dinner and network, how to move forward. One thing which I say I learned from the old CEO of Ericsson India, he said in 2019 that there is no secret these days. Whatever research any industry is doing, everybody knows it. And one of the proof of this was during the COVID. All vaccinations came almost together. It's not a coincidence. Perhaps everybody, all major pharmaceutical sciences, they know what the others are doing. That's why all came almost together. So let's discuss threadbare, what we do. Let's do collaborative research for the change of humanities, because this is an area where a lot of human applications are there. So I'm also thankful to our Department of IoT and IS and all the young people, like what Professor Ford said, Dr. Satyabarta Roy and Dr. Deepak and Dr. Geeta, for doing so much hard work. Now we understand how much hard work is there. So thank you very much, and once again, thank you BINUS University for inviting us and hosting us. Let's continue the collaboration. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Kuldeep Singh, for such a comprehensive conference overview. And then we will continue to the next remarks. We're going to have Professor Dr. Sani Muhammad Isa, representing Director of BINUS Graduate Program, to deliver welcoming remarks. He will join us online through Zoom meetings. Hello, Professor Sani. Are you with us?
Hello, good morning,
Okay. Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah. State for you, Prof.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, perfect, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, to our distinguished guests, esteemed keynote speakers, respected colleagues, brilliant researchers, and fellow tech enthusiasts, good morning and very warm welcome to you all. Welcome to the 6th International Conference on Innovations in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision, or ICICT 2026. Today marks the beginning of 2 days journey into the future of technology, held across June 28 and 29, 2026. This prestigious event is the result of a powerful cross-border academic partnership. We are incredibly proud to be co-organized by two pioneering institutions, Bina Nusantara or BINUS University in Jakarta, Indonesia, and Manipal University Jaipur in Rajasthan, India, connecting minds across the nations. These collaborations bridge two vibrant hubs of innovation in Southeast Asia and South Asia by bringing together the digital drive of Jakarta and rich academic excellence of Jaipur. ICICP 2026 serves as a testament to the fact that scientific progress knows no border. Over the next 2 days, this conference will act as a global crucible where ideas melt, fuse, and form of the technology. We are joined hundreds of participants, both in person and virtually, spanning across the diverse time zones, all united by a shared passion for computational intelligence and computer vision. We are living in an era where computational intelligence and computer vision are no longer just buzzwords or isolated academic disciplines. They are driving force behind the next industrial revolutions, from healthcare diagnostic to autonomous systems, and from climate modeling to creative AI. The papers and discussions featured in this year's conference represent the cutting edge of what is possible. ICICP 2026 has received an overwhelming numbers of research submission this year. Through a rigorous peer review process, we have curated a program featuring top-tier research papers, insightful keynote addresses, and interactive technical sessions that promise to challenge of our assumption and expand our horizon. An event this magnitude doesn't happen overnight. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to the leadership team of BINUS University and Manipal University of Jaipur for their unwavering support and visions. The organizing committee and technical program committees from both universities who have worked tirelessly across borders to seamlessly orchestrate this event. Our renowned keynote speakers for gracing us with their invaluable insights. And most importantly, our authors and presenters, thank you for choosing ICICT 2026 as the platform to share your hard work and intellectual breakthrough. To all participants, I urge you to make most of these 2 days. Do not just attack. Please engage, ask tough questions, challenge theories, network across cultures, and build collaboration that will last long after June 29. To our guests visiting Jakarta or joining us from afar, we welcome you with open arms and the warm hospitality that define both Indonesia and India. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. May ICICP 2026 be the sparks that ignites your great next idea. Thank you, terima kasih, dan nyafat. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for delivering this welcoming remark. So now I'd like to introduce in front of you some beautiful glimpses of our earlier version of this very conference, ICICV. This is a conference series that started years back into 2020, and till then it is going on. And like in front of you all audience, just let us have a video, a small video presentation showing the glimpses. May I request your technical team to play the video? Thank you. So these are some happy moments that always motivates us to do the next version. And this time, thank you so very much to BINUS University for hosting us for ICICP 2026. Sincere thanks from our bottom of our hearts. Sorry. Now is the time for unveiling of the souvenir, that is the conference booklet. And for that, I'd like to invite our delegates, the patron Professor N.N. Sharma sir to come up, and Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan sir, Professor Dhaka sir, V.S. Dhaka sir, Dr. Geeta Rani ma'am, Professor Ford, and our rector sir, Professor Juneman sir. Please come. Thank you, everyone. Now let me introduce in front of you our Manipal University Jaipur. The Manipal Education and Medical Group, MEMG, is an established leader in the field of education, research, and healthcare. In a span of over 7 decades, it has transformed the lives of more than 3 lakh students from over 59 countries. The group includes 5 universities: Manipal Academy of Higher Education, acronymed as MAHE, Karnataka; Sikkim Manipal University, Sikkim; American University of Antigua at Caribbean Island; Manipal International University at Malaysia; and Manipal University Jaipur in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Manipal University Jaipur was launched in 2011 on an invitation from the government of Rajasthan as a self-financed state-private university. MUJ has redefined academic excellence in the region with the Manipal way of learning, one that inspires students of all disciplines to learn and innovate through hands-on practical experience. Now let us see a small video of our Manipal University Jaipur to give you an idea of our vibrant and beautiful campus. Let us enjoy the video. Technical team, please. now is the time to speak. Now, let me just take this privilege for introducing our Honorable President of Manipal University Jaipur, Professor N.N. Sharma, who is the patron of this conference. Professor Dr. N.N. Sharma has been associated with Manipal Group for more than 9 years. Dr. Sharma completed his BE in Mechanical Engineering from REC Regional College, Srinagar. Now it is known as NIT Srinagar, and ME in Mechanical Engineering and PhD from BITS Pilani, that is a premier institute and top tier institute in India and in the world. Prior to joining Manipal University Jaipur, he was a professor of Mechanical Engineering and Dean Academics, Registrations and Counseling at BITS Pilani. He was also a visiting professor in EPFL Switzerland from May to August 2014. He joined Manipal University Jaipur in July 2017 and served as Pro-Vice Chancellor for almost 6 years, during which Manipal University Jaipur has shown substantial growth and academic rankings nationally and internationally in NIRF and Times Higher Education rankings. During the tenure at MUJ, he also served as Dean Faculty of Engineering, Dean Faculty of Arts and Law, and in-charge Dean of Faculty of Design. Dr. Sharma has also worked with Manipal Academy of Higher Education as Pro-Vice Chancellor of Strategy and Planning from February 23 to July 24. A scientist at the core, Dr. Sharma published over 150 technical papers in peer-reviewed high-impact factor journals and national and international conferences, around 3 dozens of invited keynote talks in India and abroad, and with 10 funded projects from nodal agencies like Department of Biotechnology, DBT, UGC, CSIR Central Electronics Engineering Research Institutes, National Program on Micro and Smart Systems known as NPMAS, and industries. He was adjudged the best of the best faculty at BITS and was awarded with citations, the first recipient of Chris Ramachandran Best Faculty Award in 2010 at BITS Pilani. And he was given a public felicitation in 2013 by Ramakrishna Mission for his significant contribution to the science and engineering. We welcome you, sir, for the remark.
Thank you, Roy. Very good morning and greetings from Manipal University, Jaipur. This year we are celebrating as Year of Collaboration. And what else can be a better collaboration than which is crossing the boundaries? We thank leadership of BINUS University to having us here and doing the handshake. Thank you very much, Professor Junneman and Dr. Ford and other organizing team. This computational intelligence, I am hearing from yesterday, hallucination. I am not a computer scientist, but when I searched what does BINUS means, BINUS, then it is a Bina Nusantara University. It's a Sanskrit word and it says fostering archipelago. I'm not sure about it. Resilience and the kind of forces, the positive forces, positive vibes. Is it a hallucination or is it the correct meaning given by the Claude and other that AI on it? Of course, you people can later on educate me on this, but if it is fostering archipelago, I think we are a part of the archipelago. India, though, have separated out because of the movements of the tectonics, but I think Ramayana and everything is in the culture of this country, and we have seen that kind of thing at Bali also. Thank you very much once again. So, distinguished dignitaries from BINUS University and Manipal University, Jaipur, especially my organizing team, the chairs, Dr. Dhaka, Professor Sangwan, and my team here, Satyabrata, Deepak, respected keynote speakers, eminent researchers, academicians, industry leaders, delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great pleasure and privilege for me to welcome all of you to the 6th International Conference on Innovation in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision. 6th itself means that the conference has survived, and when I hear that more than 1400 papers are getting submitted, and can we give a big round of applause to the people who are running this show? I'm sure it has a long way to go. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to BINUS Universities, Jakarta for partnering with Manipal University, Jaipur in organizing this prestigious international conference. I am delighted to witness researchers and experts from 15 countries. Good job, team, coming together on a common platform to exchange ideas, present innovative research, and build meaningful global collaborations. Today, we are living in the era where artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, machine learning, computer vision, data science, and intelligent system are transforming the way we live, we work, and solve complex societal challenges. To me, it was made understand that it is not a choice now. It is not something that we can avoid now. So AI, machine learning, computational intelligence, all of these have become a part and parcel of our life, whether we like it or not. So we have to better educate ourselves on this, exchange ideas, know each other, what other person is doing, and there will be certainly many more things which are going to come in this, from healthcare and education to manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and smart cities. Intelligent technologies are reshaping every sector. As these technologies continue to evolve, the need of collaborative research and knowledge sharing becomes very important. I have already emphasized that networking and sharing knowledge is the future. Nobody is living in silos now. This is a global place, and when we dilute the boundaries, and the things starts. That is what is called that Mother Earth. We in India call that in Sanskrit as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family. It is in this context that ICICV has established itself as one of the flagship international conference of Manipal University, Jaipur. And since its inception in 2019, I saw that video, even the corona came and it survived. So the conference has continuously grown in quality, visibility, and international participation. And now it is going out of Manipal University, Jaipur. I am sure that most of us know what Manipal stands for. There was a video played for Manipal also. Manipal is a place in South India, coastal Karnataka region. So Manipal comes from two words, as BINUS comes from two words, Bina and Nusantara. Manipal comes from Manu Palla. Manu means mud and Palla means lake. So it was a lake, a mud lake, from where people used to take the sand and bake for the bricks. That is a fisherman community. But you must have also seen that our founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai, and Dr. T.M.A. Pai was a medical doctor in 1940s and was given a job in Hong Kong, because most of the South India community used to come to these parts of the globe, Malaysia, Indonesia, and then Hong Kong. But he refused to go because his mother said that, no, you have to stay here. So with that, he started first medical college of India in the place called Manupalla, which is now known as Manipal. And therefore they came out of the Manipal place, went to Sikkim, Jaipur, Antigua, Malaysia, one time Nepal, and all places. We are also, our conferences are going places now from Manipal University, Jaipur. Last time they did it in Italy. This time, I don't know from what is the next one. I'm pleased to note that all previous editions have been highly successful. With the conference proceedings published by Springer, thank you, one of the world's leading academic publishers. This year, I am particularly happy that the proceedings of ICICV 2026 will be published in 3 volumes under Springer's prestigious lecture notes in Networks and Systems series. Congratulations once again. The response to this edition has been truly overwhelming, which you have heard just now. Conference received more than 1400 research paper submission, and there's a very high traction. Out of which only 161, and that is another feather in the cap of this conference, that only 11% papers are selected. That means you must be having a very rigorous process of selection. Such selectivity reflects the rigorous peer review process adopted by the Technical Program Committee, and as rightly said by the General Chair Dr. Sangwan, that in this era of AI, it is very difficult to take the papers out which are not plagiarized. So it must be a great job for the selection of the technical committee of this conference. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the technical committee of this conference. At Manipal University, Jaipur, we strongly believe that excellence in higher education is achieved through innovation, interdisciplinary research, industry collaborations, and international engagement. In this direction, our university, which is only 15 years old, we are among top 50, we are at 58th ranked in national framework in India, where there are more than 1400 universities, only in 14 years. So we really promote all this academic work. We are NAC A+ accredited, NBA accredited, strong performance in national and institutional ranking framework NIRF, and our presence in prestigious global rankings like QS and THA. I am equally delighted that ICIC is being hosted in collaboration with BINUS University, one of the Indonesia's leading universities, which when I was talking to Dr. Ford, I heard that there are around 65,000 students on campus and around 15,000 around online. The similar situation, though in the reverse manner, we have around 20,000 students on campus because there's only one campus, but we have 150,000 students online. So it's a huge community which has come up in a very short span of time, and we have strong global, BINUS University have a strong global academic reputation too. I firmly believe that collaborations such as these go beyond organization and conferences. They create opportunities for joint research, which is the way forward. Yesterday we have signed an MOU with the university. Thanks Dr. Ford again, and thanks to your leadership also, allowing this. Faculty and student exchange is a possibility, and this time I'll request my dean also and my team also, let us make it more. Not only keep it to the conferences with BINUS, we are all in the Asian part of this global context. I would like to place on record my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, technical program committee, reviewers, keynote speakers, session chairs, volunteers, and all authors for their dedication, hard work in making this conference a reality. I also understand that those people who joined this conference from the first conference are staying with us. This is very, very, highly appreciable thing, because people come and go, but a large number of faculties. Yesterday I met Dr. Neelanjan and others. So happy to see that there's a community which is getting developed here, and which is keeping over 6th and 7th version. Means organizing an international conference of this scale requires months of meticulous, obviously, planning and unwavering commitment. I congratulate once again every member of the organizing team. Before I conclude, To all the participants, I encourage you to make the most of this conference. Some of them will be joining online, as I hear. Attend the keynote sessions, actively participate in the technical sessions, exchange ideas with fellow researchers, and build collaborations that continue long after this conference concludes. Many successful research projects and lifelong academic partnership begin with conversations at conference like ICICV. And I once again heartfelt welcome to all distinguished guests. Thank you all for your presence. I wish you a highly productive conference and a very pleasant stay in Indonesia. It's a beautiful place, it's a beautiful country. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, Professor Sharma, for your wonderful remarks introducing Manipal University history as well. Thank you for the global collaborative initiative between Manipal University Jaipur and also Bina Nusantara University. We hope that we're going to have sustainable collaboration in future. So we shortly have our official opening remark from our Vice Rector, Professor Junuman. But before that session, we would like also to introduce our beloved university. So please enjoy the official video profile of Bina Nusantara University.
High-quality educational foundation is essential for the progress of various industries and contributes to the nation's advancement. We have experienced through various times with our dedication to building the nation. Step by step, we work towards achieving a single goal, no matter how small it may be. Our first small steps began in a simple house, with the hope of sharing knowledge with the community, ultimately aiming to establish ourselves as a world-class university in Indonesia. In every action, we bring the spirit of striving for excellence, respect for each other, and being a valuable part of the community. Driven by the spirit of fostering and empowering, we, together with BINUsian, continue to move forward in developing the talents within our community by reaching out to more places, providing greater opportunities, and expanding the society's horizons even further based on the needs of the times. We have not traveled this long journey alone. Together with those who share the same spirit, more than 2,000 partners across various industry sectors have collaborated with BINUS University and BINUsians. We focus on building the nation through innovation, technology, and digital advancement by producing hundreds of important works that have a broad impact on Indonesian society. starting from encouraging one another to improve, helping to overcome limitations, and bringing new hope into the lives of many people. Building the potential of various regions in Indonesia while expanding horizons through digitalization. This is our commitment to continuously serve in creating a competent and empowered society. We're committed to educating the younger generation because we believe that with good education, they will be able to share benefits to more people and play a role in building Indonesia and even the world. BINUsians have proven this commitment by achieving recognition at various levels of achievement. We will carry on this spirit forever, no matter how far we can go, whether for those who are paving their own path, entrepreneurs and startups, or for those who have explored the world globally. Contributing positively to the development of our nation has led us to receive various awards, making BINUS University one of the best universities in Indonesia and bringing us closer to our ultimate goal, fostering an intelligent and empowered society. BINUS University, a world-class university, fostering and empowering the society in building and serving the nation.
Yeah, that one is a glimpse of BINUS University profile. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's now to invite the Vice Rector of Research and Technology Transfer, BINUS University, Professor Dr. Juneman Abraham, to deliver the official opening remarks.
To the Honorable Professor N.N. Sharma, President of Manipal University, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, the Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology and Architecture, Manipal University, Professor Ford Lumbangal, our Head Department of Doctor of Computer Science, BINUS University, Prof. Spitz Warnas, the Head of Program of Information System, Doctor of Computer Science, morning, and also Dr. Gita Rani, Head of the Department of IoT and Information System, Manipal University. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum, good morning, selamat pagi, namaste. A very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, visionary keynote speakers, esteemed faculty members, brilliant researchers, and delegates joining us from all over the world. It is an absolute joy to welcome you to the official commencement of the 6th International Conference on Innovations in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision, or ICICV 2026. Over the next 2 days, June 28 and 29, 2026, this conference will serve as a vibrant hub for fresh ideas and innovation that are actively reshaping our world. My friends, ICICV 2026 is far more than just a traditional academic gathering. To us, it is a celebration of a beautiful cross-border friendship between two academic powerhouses, Bina Nusantara or BINUS University in Jakarta, Indonesia, and Manipal University, Jaipur in Rajasthan, India. By blending the technological ambition of Jakarta digital landscape with the rich engineering heritage of Jaipur, this partnership proves the true innovation thrive on diversity. We have brought together the brightest mind of the Southeast Asia and beyond, not just to share knowledge, but to inspire one another and co-create the future. As a proud co-organizer, BINUS University is honored to host or co-host this event. It perfectly embodies our institutional vision of fostering and empowering the society in building and serving the nation. We deeply believe that research shouldn't just stay on the shelf. It must have a heartbeat and drive a real-world impact that support the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. And by actively championing open science practices, we ensure that the breakthrough generated here are highly accessible and capable of creating sustainable solutions for the global community. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a fascinating moment. In 2026, the lines between our physical and digital worlds are blurring faster than ever. Computational intelligence is helping machines learn, while computer vision is giving them the eyes to understand our world. The papers presented here are not just theoretical exercises, they are the actual blueprints for tomorrow, focusing on three vital pillars. The first one is advanced healthcare, that driving predictive diagnostic that save life, and the second one is the smart cities and sustainability, optimizing energy and logistics to make global cities more livable, and then the third one is the next gen automation, redefining safe and ethical collaboration between humans and AI. An intellectual gathering of this warmth and scale doesn't happen by accident. I want to offer our deepest gratitude to the leadership teams of both BINUS and Manipal University, Jaipur, for fostering this partnership. A massive thank you to our technical committee, reviewers, and student volunteers working across the time zones, and to our authors and presenters, thank you for bringing your best work to the global stage. Before I hand over the floor, I have one simple invitation. Please treat ICICV 2026 as a platform to connect. Say hello to someone new, ask difficult questions, and turn a casual chat in a breakout room into your next big collaborations. As the saying goes, the best way to predict the future is to invent it. Let's invent that future together over the next few days. Once again, welcome to ICICV 2026. And I now officially declare that the 6th International Conference on Innovations in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision open. Have an inspiring, productive, and wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Juneman, for such a wonderful opening remarks. So we will continue with the symbolic official opening by gong hit. For the committee, please help me to present the gong. And I would like to invite Professor Juneman Abraham and also principal from Manipal University, Professor Sharma.
Professor N.N. Sharma, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, Professor V.S. Dhaka, Professor Geeta Rani ma'am. So please come.
Thank you, Professor Jerman. So we already have our official opening for International Conference of Innovation in Computational Intelligence and Computer Vision. Give applause for all of us, everyone. And then, okay, just take some photo. Yep, sudah? Committee udah? Foto udah? Okay. So since we already have our all leaders in front of us, so I will also invite all the participants to join group photo. Please. Yep. Komite gongnya boleh dipindahin dulu. Kita foto bersama. Oh ya, dancernya boleh ikut foto biar bagus. Biar meriah warnanya. Oh, freestyle. Oh, belum. Freestyle. Free pose. Three, two, one. Okay, thank you, everyone. Before I present Indonesia culture performance, I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Sinwar to deliver vote of thanks.
Hello. Respected patron, co-patron, distinguished dignitaries, keynote speakers, session chair, delegates, authors, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of organizing committee of ICICV, it's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony of this ICICV 2026. First and the foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed patron, Professor N.N. Sharma, President Manipal University Jaipur, for his visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and unwavering support. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for our General Chair, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan, and Professor Ford Lumbangol for their valuable guidance, continuous support, and encouragement throughout the planning and execution of this conference. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Juneman Abraham, Vice Rector, Research and Technology Transfer, BINUS University. Thank you, sir. And Professor Dr. Sani M. Isa, Director, BINUS Graduate Program, for their valuable support, encouragement, which have significantly strengthened the collaboration between BINUS University and Manipal University Jaipur. Thank you. As you know, organizing an international conference is a journey that spans several months of planning, coordination, and teamwork. We fondly remember the many discussions, online meetings, and collaborative efforts that went into planning every aspect of ICICV 2026. In this regard, I would like to extend my special thanks to Professor Ford Lamangol, Dr. Nilanjan Dey, Dr. Yuliani Arifin, and our colleagues from BINUS University and Manipal Jaipur for their dedication, constructive ideas, and enthusiastic support. Their collaboration has been invaluable and transforming our vision into reality. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to our program chairs, Professor Vijaypal Singh Dhaka and Professor Spitz Warner, along with our program co-chairs, Dr. Maria Susan and Dr. Geeta Rani, for their outstanding efforts in developing an excellent technical program. I also sincerely thank all the technical program committee members, reviewers, advisory board members, and session chairs for their time, expertise, and commitment in maintaining the academic quality of this conference. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the keynote speakers and invited experts for accepting our invitation and sharing their valuable knowledge and experiences. Your presence truly enriches this conference and inspires all the participants. I would also like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our organizing committee members, faculty colleagues, research scholars, student volunteers, technical support team, administrative staff, BINUS TV. Thank you all. Much of their work happens behind the scenes, but without their commitment, enthusiasm, and teamwork, this conference would not have been possible. I sincerely appreciate each one of them for their tireless efforts. A special word of thanks goes to all the authors, delegates, researchers, students who have joined us from different parts of the world in both in-person and online mode. The overwhelming response received for ICSU 2026 reflects the growth, reputation of this conference, and your participation in this conference is truly meaningful. Finally, I would like to thank all our guests and participants for being with us today. Your presence and encouragement have made this inaugural ceremony of ICSU 2026 a memorable occasion. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I once again welcome you all to the ICSU 2026. I wish you an inspiring, productive, memorable conference filled with meaningful discussions, new collaborations, and enriching experiences. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak Sinwar. So, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is a nation rich in cultural diversity and also artistic heritage. So, to celebrate this occasion, we are delighted to present a special performance from Sanitari Bina Nusantara to deliver cultural performance dance. Please.
Hey!
Thank you very much for a wonderful performance of cultural dance from Seni Tari Bina Nusantara clubs. So now I'd like to invite my colleague Roy for some token of appreciation session.
So now is the session for token of appreciation. We'd like to sincerely thank all of you, and for giving the token of appreciation, I would like to call upon the stage Professor Juneman first. So, Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan. This is Professor Vijaypal Singh Dhaka.
Next, the token of appreciation will be presented to Professor Dr. Fort Lumban Gaul as the General Chair of the committee. And next, we also would like to invite Dr. Krita Rani as the program co-chair to receive the token of appreciation. And then we will invite Dr. Deepak Sinwar as the convener to receive the token of appreciation. Yep. And then the last but not least, Dr. Satya Brata Roy is the convener. And then now I would like to invite the principal from Roy.
Professor N.N. Sharma, sir, please come up.
Please deliver the token appreciation for Professor Dr. Juneman as the International Advisory Board. You right? Okay. Ms. Wells. Okay, so we're gonna have tea break for 5 minutes, I guess, before we go to the keynote session. Will be led by our colleague, my colleague, Dr. Roy. So enjoy the tea break. Bapak dan Ibu will come back shortly after 5 minutes for the keynote session. Thank you.
So moving on to the keynote session, our first keynote for this session is Dr. Nilanjan De. Let me have the privilege of introducing Dr. Nilanjan De in front of you. Dr. De received the BTech MTech in Information Technology from West Bengal Board of Technical University and PhD degree in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from Jadavpur University, Kolkata in 2005, 2011 and 2015 respectively. Currently, he is a full professor with Techno International Newtown and a visiting fellow of the University of Reading in United Kingdom. He has authored over 300 research articles in peer-reviewed journals and international conferences and 40 authored and 70 edited books. His research interests include medical imaging and machine learning. He has delivered more than 160 keynote addresses across 18 countries. He is having around 30,000 citations with 85 H-index. He is also an editor-in-chief of International Journal of Ambient Computing and Intelligence. He is an associate editor of IEEE Transactions on Technology and Society and series co-editor of Springer Texts in Nature-Inspired Computing and Data-Intensive Research from Springer Nature and Advances in Ubiquitous Sensing Applications for Healthcare from Elsevier. Knowledge-based engineering for innovation, Taylor and Francis, etc. Furthermore, he is an editorial board member of IEEE Data Descriptions. He is a fellow of IETE, a senior member of IEEE, and member of IE and ACM. We welcome you, Dr. De, for the first keynote, the opening keynote of this conference. Thank you.
Salamat pagi. Yeah, very good morning to all the dignitaries, President sir, Dean sir, Vice Rector sir, and all the other dignitaries, my colleagues, participants, presenters. So again, thanks for inviting me in this conference. This is our 6th edition, and I will talk about, the topic is called the bigger, the better. So this is a big question nowadays. People think that if it is bigger, it's always better. So this question needs to be revisited because it's a high time when we need to think that whenever we will talk about bigger, it might not always better. So I'm trying to revisit this question and I will talk about why we need to rethink about this question. Now, so there is a very primitive problem statement which is called the computation of pi value. Now there are few scientists from Sweden, very recently they tried to find out what is the exact value of pi. And they try to compute the pi value, they able to understand the number of values they compute, 62.8 trillion numbers. So 62.8 trillion numbers, and how many days? 108 days, 9 hours, they computed that value. And after that, after computation, so 62.8 trillion numbers, which took almost 108 days, 9 hours to compute, and then finally they conclude, okay, this is the power of supercomputer. And they reported this one, and it's very recently, Swedish scientists, did this thing. But what happened? If you try to compute the circumference of Earth, it only requires 10 decimal points. If you try to identify the circumference of the Milky Galaxy, it takes only 32 decimal points. If you compute, say, observable Earth, Planck's limit, that also takes 65 decimal points. So 65 decimal point only. So we are producing a value which is 62.8 trillion, and we actually need only 65 decimal. So that means, what about this remaining 62.79 trillion data? This is nothing but digital pollution. So we are actually creating many data, people used to call data is the fuel, everything, I mean, like similar kind of word you will listen everywhere. But actually, in reality is, they don't have any scientific value. So majority of the cases, if you are producing bigger number of data, so-called big data, there is a big question, how good these big data are for machine learning algorithms. Because most of the cases, these data are nothing but pollution. So this is one good example. So we need to revisit the question, once we talk about bigger, is it actually a better or not? Anyway, so if you think about the data space, 65% of global data is now synthetic data. People are chasing generative AI and every day producing so-called synthetic data. I'm not talking about fake data. I'm not giving the name fake data. I'm talking about synthetic data. And by next 10 years, almost 10% data will be synthetic data. And think about it, your all LLM will actually, whatever you will do, you will be based on the synthetic data only. So the day is very near where you need to give a tick that this is my data. Like nowadays we used to give, I am not a robot. So the day will be very not far where you have to give a tick mark that it is my own data because it's 10% data is synthetic data. And another interesting thing is the dark data. Almost 90% global data, nobody actually opened. Nobody opened. So 90% data, which is unexplored data, AI failed to understand what is actually the data is. We only trained our model with 10% data. Say for example, the phone calls, the video recording, the review, never actually opened. So nobody knows that data is so-called good data or it's a bad data. So there are two questions. One is, the data, what we are talking about is a good data or it's a bad data. 90% data, dark data, nobody knows it's a good data or bad data. AI model trained with only 65% synthetic data and based on 10% actual data, not 90% remaining data ever been actually visible to AI systems. So it's very much restricted. And another thing, as I mentioned, that is a completely digital pollution. Now, any machine learning model, there is intrinsic nature is hungriness, data hungriness. So as you feed more and more data, automatically the prediction model will be much more better. The point estimation, generalization, etc. Now, if you put garbage, automatically it will be garbage out. Now think about it, if your training mechanism, if you are feeding more and more bad data, more and more synthetic data, more and more such kind of dark data, untrained data, then what will happen? Ultimately, the model will be disaster. So that's why whenever we are talking about the hungriness of data, we need to think about few more things. Any machine learning model should pass through one particular algorithm very fast. That is the data cleaning mechanism. It's a very new job profile, the cleaning system, because AI systems should go or should pass through data cleaning model. And unfortunately, once we talk about bad data, it can be erroneous data, inconsistent data, redundant data, garbage data, null value. There are so many badness. All good boy looks similar, but bad boys are bad in their own way. Similarly, good data, all good data looks similar, but bad data, bad in their own way. But believe me, till now, there is not a single algorithm which can clean data. For different badness, there are different cleaning mechanisms. But one model or one algorithm we need which will actually clean or serve this purpose. But yet it's not actually reported. So we need one algorithm which can clean all the data. First part. So how much data machine learning requires actually? It's very much depends upon the application. So there is no heuristic algorithm, there is no meta-heuristic algorithm which tells you that this much data you actually require. Even think about the LLMs. Even I'm talking about the RAG also. There also it's always depends upon how much data you are feeding. So is it a good data or is it a bad data? So people only talk about data, more and more feeding data into the machine learning model. Ultimately it gives a bad result because we are actually feeding compromised data. Now, oh, no. Change is not working. Okay. So talking about deep learning, once we are talking about deep learning, it's a kind of only memorization technique. So it's a point of interpolation. Now the problem is any neural network or deep learning, the major limitation is it failed to understand the underlying relationship in between the data. The day when the model will be able to understand the underlying relationship in between the data, the world will be different. So if I feed say 30 Taj Mahal's image, then it doesn't make any sense if I only send data from one particular angle. So we need from all different angles. So it's not only big data, it's all about variable data. So first thing is good data, second thing is variable data. So it's not be biased data, it should be taken from all different angles so that it can cover that particular limitation, which is so called that model should only train with a biased data. It should be always trained with unbiased data from different angles data, variable data. So that is very important. So it's not about big data anymore. It's all about big, clean and variable data. So once the data is big size data, clean data and variable data, then only machine learning model will sustain. Otherwise, big data doesn't make any sense in machine learning model. Now, talking about the next one. Okay, coming to this one, no problem. Okay, fine. Yeah. So there is another interesting question. What is how much time we should invest for benchmarking? In India, per patient, a doctor used to spend only 2.8 minutes time. In Bangladesh, 48 seconds. So think about it, how much busy these persons are. And in India, the doctor to patient ratio is 800:1. So per 800 people, there is one doctor. So that means there is a crunch of, data and as well as the time. So we need to benchmark our data, and there should be a proper trade-off in between the invested time and the money, so that the benchmark mechanism can be more sophisticated. There is a high demand of such kind of algorithm which can actually benchmark those data. Now talking about a data set which is called the ImageNet, which is one of the famous data sets in image processing computer vision, which is given by Professor Lee from Stanford University, Fifi Lee, in 2009. In 2009, when the first time the data set was given, it was a 14 million data, 80,000 distinct category. 14 million data, 80,000 distinct category. Now once first time, the machine learning, this algorithm, there is a competition in which the error rate of identifying this 80,000 distinct class, the error rate was 28%. Then gradually, once first time AlexNet introduced in 2012, the error rate was only 16%. So it's a kind of paradigm shift, 10% decrease in a single year. Then gradually, once ResNet comes, it becomes lesser than the human error rate. And after that, in 2017, Transformer come, which is actually a kind of paradigm shift into the LLM area. So in this way, we gradually move from shallow machine learning to deep learning. Now, think about it. Professor Hilton in 2012, he said for only 60 million parameter, and only say roughly it's computed 1 million data set. I'm not talking about 80 million distinct category. Only 1 million data set. It requires 60 million parameter tuning and 6.5 lakhs intermediate node, which is huge. And for the computation point of view, it's a huge one. So without understanding this philosophy, if somebody try to only hybrid two deep learning model, then it will be again a kind of disaster, because this makes these models much more complex. Anyway, please next one. Excuse me. One slide back, please. Yeah. Okay. So, Shotto, this one is not working. Yeah, no? Okay. So, okay. So here, as I talking about, once we are talking about limited annotation in machine learning, say for example, always the benchmarking is a time consuming process and people don't have that much of time. So think about it, one deep learning model, we are actually training with say 14 million data, and in the same time, maybe we are feeding maybe 100 X-ray or 1000 MR image. So it's a complete imbalance. So we need more and more data, but actually getting data and good data is always a problem. I'm getting frustrated. Okay. Is it okay now? Do you have any other solution? रेंज का मैडम वो उधर है ना. Is it fine? It's working now. Okay. Okay, I got it, sir. I got it. I have to do in this way. Okay. So let me give an example. There is a direct data set gathering process which is called the primary data collection, and one of the way is surveying. So once we collect the data from surveying, the thing which matters is the population size. It's very common in the management studies where people try to gather more and more data by survey-based study, which is a primary kind of data source. Now here, if you gather only 30 response from one group, which is good enough for central limit theory, or maybe if you go for the t-test or maybe ANOVA, it's good enough. If you go for 100 or 200 responses, that is good enough for the linear regression. If you go for more than that, maybe 300 responses we are able to gather, which is good enough for same. Means if you go for more, maybe say PLS you are going to go, it's good. But think about it, once we are talking about say more data, there is a sample calculator, size calculator, which is called the RAWSoft. What is RAWSoft? In RAWSoft, if you give say 1000, maybe 10,000, 20,000, you will see even if you are giving 40,000 population, only 377 data set you require. So statistically, only 377 data responses, if you are able to gather, that is good enough to come up with a rational decision for 40,000 people or 50,000 people. So you need statistically only 370 to 80 size data or sample, which is good enough for statistically validate any population size of 50,000. That means what I am trying to tell is 377 data is a kind of ideal zone for statistical power or maybe generalization point of view. But think about it, this particular data set 377 is nothing for machine learning model. But again, statistically it can be proved, it can be very powerful. So what is a small data size problem? People always talk about big data, but the problem of small size data is there is a high chance of overfitting, because if the data size is 50 and there is a 5,000 data, 50 size data, there is a high chance it will get overfitted. Second problem is the outlier cases. Within 50 data, if there is one outlier, within 5,000 data, if there is one outlier, first case is very vulnerable. So that's why there are few cases like the variability or the variance revolve around a high variance zone, overfitting cases and the outlier cases. So these are typical problem of small size data. So whenever you have say 10 data of say here you are collecting 10 data, then ultimately you will see from that 10 data or 20 data no meaning in machine learning model, even if you are giving a good data. Now coming to the other part, as I was talking about the synthetic data, the major issue of synthetic data is good part is without touching, without legal compliance, no violation of legal compliance, there is no ethical issue, there is no you need consent from anyone, you can reuse or use the data, that is good enough. 65% global data is synthetic, we are good enough with the synthetic data. Now what is the future of machine learning? Is it only the synthetic data or it's real data? Because if you are tending towards 10% synthetic data, then one day it will be very close where everything will be synthetic and every model gives a result based on the synthetic data only. Now talking about a little bit of technical side, 10 minutes I will take. Data augmentation technique, people still are using these old outdated techniques. So if you have a particular one image, you can crop it, you can zoom it, you can translate it, you can rotate it, and you can create many images by stretching, by sharing, zoom out, zoom in. These are all geometric transformation. Say for example, you go for the elastic deformation, you go for the contrast stretching, you go for color augmentation. From one image, you can create multiple images, many images. But what's the problem? The problem is, if you go for random cropping, or maybe if you change the, say, variance level, say if you in the Gaussian kernel, if you are changing the variance, you can create many images. But ultimately, all these images are creating from one particular image. So ultimately, one particular image and all these created image are a kind of noise propagation. So whenever you are using such kind of data enhancement process, you are increasing the data volume, it's nothing but a flaws model. Even though there are many people publishing papers also where they increase data size by geometric transformation, but it's completely technically wrong. The reason is you are actually dumping the similar kind of noise into the system, which gives you more and more redundant data. And all these models, think about the parent image and all remaining image, even though go for geometric transformation, rotating, translating, all these methods, even though random cropping or maybe mixing, blinding, say alpha blending, you are positive and background and foreground, ultimately it's nothing but similar kind of data propagation. So you can claim I have one X-ray, I created 10 X-ray from this by rotating, cropping, zoom in, zoom out, but it's nothing but same type of data, similar type of noise you are injecting to the system. So these methods are fundamentally flaws. So that's why maybe pre-trained models are good enough. So if you are trying to solve a problem called B, and if you have a prior knowledge of solving problem A, then you try to fetch the knowledge which is you gathered from A to solve the problem B, where the problem size, the data size is limited. So based on that, say for example, the problem A having a large size data like ImageNet, you solve the problem and you frozen the knowledge, pass the knowledge to solve a problem where the data size is less. That is basically the pre-trained model. But what's the problem? The problem is, once you are talking about ImageNet, all the data are good data. Even not a single data in ImageNet data set amongst 14 million data is a bad data. All the chairs are good chairs, taking from proper lighting condition, proper brightness, proper shape, everything is good. The system never trained with bad data. 80 million different class and 14 million data are good data. Pre-trained model are always trained with good data. It's never actually explored bad data. So that's the basic limitation of pre-trained model. It failed to understand the badness of the data. Now talking about this one is the example where the chairs looks good, but actually in reality all are messy. Our all system trained with good data, never trained with bad data. And that's why many of the cases you will see model getting failed because it's never able to understand what the bad data actually is. Your kernel not be able to identify the badness and the goodness. And this one is a very good example, which is a single pixel attack. Machine learning algorithm is good enough in many cases. If you remove one pixel from an image, that might change the entire result. So that means what I'm saying is, this is a good example where one pixel attack means if you remove one pixel, a cat can be recognized as a dog. So think about it, deep learning model is good enough in many cases, but there are few cases where one pixel can make the difference. This is a good example of that one pixel attack. Now talking about the explainable AI, people always talks about explainability. The model gradually goes from a linear model to naive Bayes, from support vector machine to random forest to say NN, then after that deep neural, and the explainability getting lesser. There should be a trade-off for the performance. But think about it, always explainable AI talks about the model explainability. It never talks about data. Always it talks about the model explainability, it never talks about the data. So say for example, say I'm trying to identify the correlation between the divorce rate and the Independence Day, coming Independence Day. Maybe Jakarta is celebrating next year 500 years of Jakarta. This year is 499, right? So maybe last 5 years, say there is a study that what is the divorce rate, and there is a what year we are celebrating, say 496, 97, 98, 99. And gradually we are looking into this, the number of divorce is increasing. So statistically, if you try to validate, you might see that there is a correlation, but it doesn't make any sense. So in machine learning model, causality is a big issue. It might give you some correlation, positive correlation, but in reality it no makes sense. That is one problem explainable AI not be able to solve. Another thing is, as it is not focused on the data, even it's a biased data, untrained data, unstructured data, explainable AI doesn't bother about these things. So we need some explainable algorithm which not only focused on model, but also focused on the data which is used in explainable AI design. That means it should not be model driven, it should be data driven also, which is one of the lacuna of this. And talking about this carbon emission, once we are talking about sustainable goals and all, carbon emission plays a significant role, because if you are clubbing together two deep learning model, the emission rate is too high. So this is another fundamental goal should be there. And finally, this is my last slide where I am trying to conclude. One thing is, what is the future of AI? Is it large size data or small size data? If we are able to solve a problem with small size data, large size data is not a big problem. So always the focus should be on small size data. It should not be large size data. People talk about LLM first, then also talk about SLM. So ultimately it comes with SLM, small language. So the future can be, the machine learning model should be trained with small size data, not big size data. Second thing is, we are faking. So we are creating more and more synthetic data. We need to stop and we need to rethink that how much fakeness is good enough. And if you are not doing that thing, world will be entirely driven by synthetic data, which is not so far. And last is machine unlearning, which is one of my interests nowadays. This is machine unlearning is something every country have their own privacy data protection law. Like India have DPDP, European country have EU1, Australia have their own privacy law. Now people are shared their data maybe 10 years back, and now after 10 years they are reclaiming their data. Now if your model actually trained with all those data, and now if you are reclaiming those data after 10 years, what is going to happen? You need to go for retraining. But retraining is a costly process. So can I come up with an amnesia mechanism of machine learning? So if I ask the machine learning to forget something, that's like an amnesia. So will the model will give you the similar kind of result? So that is called the machine unlearning, which is a new kind of topic, but now there are very limited algorithms are there for machine unlearning, but might be this can be a good research area where people can explore how machine can unlearn and how machine can forget data, how machine can go through amnesia. Thank you very much. So if there is any query, please. Oh, this is the last one. So you may go through this particular book, which is called Small Data, which is by Martin. And he said that any big breakthrough always starts from small data. It's never ends with big data, but we always try with LLM, then finally end up with SLM. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. De, for letting us know about machine learning, how machine can go into amnesia. In fact, it is a need of the hour. So our next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Kuldeep Singh Sangwan. So let me introduce Professor Sangwan. So Professor K.S. Sangwan is a senior professor of mechanical engineering at Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, acronymed as BITS Pilani, Pilani campus. Professor Sangwan is the recipient of prestigious Sri B.K. Birla and Srimati Sarala Birla chair professorship. He has been a visiting researcher to TU Germany for more than 12 years. He has supervised 9 PhDs, edited 4 books, and authored more than 250 research papers. He is supervising 8 postdoc and PhD students in the research areas of life cycle assessment, Industry 4.0, circular economy, cyber physical production system, and blockchain technology in environmental assessment. Professor Sangwan has collaborative projects with more than 8.5 crore rupees with international agencies, industries, and Indian government agencies. He is a fellow of the Institute of Engineers of India and life member of Indian Institute of Industrial Engineering and Society of Operations Management. Recently, he is elected as the member of International Association of Learning Factories. His name features in the Stanford University curated list of top 2% world scientists in the domain of automation and industrial engineering since its inception. He has widely traveled across the globe to participate and present the research on environmental assessment. Now the stage is yours, sir. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Satyabarta, for the very old introduction. Now I am at Manipal Institute, Jaipur, as Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and also Dean of Faculty of Science, Technology and Architecture. So let me bring you to an application area. Let me give you some ideas for thinking on how to apply your computational knowledge for real world applications. So we proposed a generic framework for cyber physical system. It's a literature review based, but also with 3 application areas. Next slide, please. I think last up. Previous. Second slide. Second slide.
Second slide. Go to second slide.
Yes. So this is outline about cyber physical system, its significance analysis, and then we did 2 very good ideas. That is about development of a concept map, that if any industry, any practitioner want to use CPS, then what to think, how to think to implement it. And other is an impact effect module, so that whatever, how much effort is required to get the impact using CPS, we will discuss that, and significance analysis of cyber physical production system with 3 case studies, where I would like to show that how simple machines can be made smarter machines using external IoT devices. Next, please. Thank you. So just for if somebody does not know, that fusion of physical system with the virtual world leads to cyber physical system. And the core of CPS is the computation, 3 C's: computation, communication and control. It has wide range applications from healthcare, agriculture, defense, smart goods, manufacturing and day-to-day working. So little bit old data, but McKinsey report in 2023 says that by 2025, the cost savings in the industry, assuming that 80 to 100% of manufacturing industry will use cyber physical system, will be about $2.3 trillion US. It's about economy, annual economy of many of the world's developing nations. And a generic CPPS framework which provides the roadmap and guideline, so that the industry people have the higher confidence in implementing CPPS for a wide range of application. Next, please. So this is the generic framework proposed after going through more than 200 papers, research papers. Of course, the 4 areas like physical world, data acquisition system, cyber world and management systems, they are well known, but what we identify are the within each one of them the elements and sub elements through which these are implemented or not to be implemented. Decided it's available online in the International Journal of Computer Integrated Manufacturing, September last year. So some of the physical world, what we have to see into the physical world about the manufacturing module, where to apply cyber physical system. So we identified that there are 3 levels. One is the unit level, there's the individual machines. For example, it can be single robot. Next is the system level. It can be a line, it can be a number of robots. And the third level is the highest level, which is the system of systems level, where we get most of the benefits, but the efforts required are also huge. So there, for example, if a industry, Hindustan Unilever has their industry in almost every world, so they can integrate everything to get the maximum benefits, or logistic system integration. So that is the highest level of this thing. So we can decide then retrofitting modules. Developing countries like us, India and Indonesia, they can't afford to obsolete their machinery, existing machinery, because that requires billions of dollars to replace it. But we can retrofit with the external elements, which I will show you for a 3D printing, to make them smarter and to use the data. Then communication infrastructure requirement, navigation system requirement, and HVAC system is the another one. Then Dr. Nilanjan was talking about data. So that is the heart of anything these days. So in the data acquisition system, there are various types of elements like data types. Metadata of product, metadata of process, then performance indicators, then external influencing factors. What you want, that you have to decide. If you can't get the data about the process, don't think about implementing CPS. So that's true for like brain. If you don't get the different mapping from the brain, different data, don't think applying CPS or smarter or machine learning into brain data. Then communication modules. So there are large number of communication modules. It's so confusing for the applicants like mechanical engineers, which IoT device, which network, which data receiving, which data transmission. Then data storage module is becoming another big problem and a big decision, like whether you want to store the data directly or you want to store it in the cloud or fog or edge computing. Then data management module, as Nilanjan was also talking about, understanding the data, about the feature extraction of the data. If you are not able to extract even a single feature, it became redundant. Then cleaning of the data, then outliers removal. Every data will have some outliers, every experimentation will have some outliers, how to remove. Then pre-processing of the data to be used by the next processor, and the fusion of the data. Then various softwares required. Then the extreme right side, you see the cyber world. So many people also call it a digital twin. So this is how to make a physical world into cyber system. It can make huge saving in the cost, huge improvement in the quality, and after this post-COVID and geopolitical situation, it can make your industry highly resilient if you have a cyber system, because decision making is better, is faster, is less prone to error. So in the computing platform modules, you have to decide on the operating system, web browser, APIs, again then cloud, fog or edge computing where you want to work. Then modeling modules, the very important. There was a time where the statistical model used to be called the digital twin, but now no more. So it can be physics based modeling, it can be empirical or mathematical modeling, it can be data driven or machine learning modeling, or it can be hybrid modeling. Then analysis modules, about the historical data, about the statistical data, about the cause effect or the Pareto formats. And more important, the analytics modules. So about descriptive analytics or diagnostic analytics, or predictive or prognostic, or finally the cognitive data analytics is the latest one. Then simulation or digital twin module, whether discrete based or continuous based or process chain or agent based. So these are, and finally not to forget about the cyber security threats. These are the various things which you have to think when you're developing a cyber world or a digital twin. Then finally the application. You developed a cyber system, but how to use, what to make use. This is finally where industry is interested. They are not interested what is behind in the digital twin, but they are more interested in the application which is visible to them. So various types of monitoring modules are there, like state variables, performance indicators, or anomaly, fault and defect. महेश चांकड़ जी बाद में कर लेना फोटो वगैरह शूट. Then visualization modules about the various reports required, about the various graphics or Gantt chart or control or maybe AR, VR or MR modules or the simulators required. Then decision support system, where the various cyber physical systems are decided, who will take decision, how much autonomy is there to the cyber physical system. Then autonomy modules, whether it's purely manual or semi-automatic or fully automatic cyber physical system. Remote accessibility and service module. If you go into the history of digital twin, it started with the requirement of the maintenance of the very big earth moving vehicles. So in Japan it started with the maintenance needs. So it is for the control of the industry or the maintenance of the products or the guidance or the training purpose. Then value added services, another one like ERP, PLM, SCM, MES, CRM, etc., where you want to add. Then what is the social modules, whether it's the product design level, operational level, strategic level or business level. These are about all elements and sub elements. More details you can find out in the paper. Next please. So lot of research is available. So whatever the research available, everybody knows that the cyber physical system originated with the Industry 4.0 in Germany. So obviously the maximum number of research papers are from Germany, followed by China, United States, France, Italy, other developed nation, most of them across the world. Next please. Then subject discipline. So cyber physical system or computational intelligence or machine vision is not only the domain of computer science, it's more application like engineering. 41% paper or authors are from the engineering discipline and with 29 from computer science, but it has the application in all mathematics, energy, environmental science, including material science. Next please. So as telling about when to implement about cyber physical system, that you have to decide, and we'll see in the next few slides about the cost and the efforts required for each one of them. At the unit level, you can take single unit. So how to decide at what level we have to implement, that depends upon the criticality and the money you have. If a machine is a bottleneck, it can improve your productivity to a large extent, leading to more profit. You can go for single unit. Or machine is highly important for the safety of the system, then you can go for single unit. But many people have used it for single unit. Second is at the system level, where you have a number of machines together at a physical location, then it becomes system level, and at the top level is become a CPPS, like I said earlier, throughout the industry, including its logistics, or many industries across the world, or many plants in the same industry, like what ERP does. So we can have a cyber physical system for that, which will provide you the maximum benefit. But the efforts required are also high. Next please. So there are large number of challenges in CPPS which are documented. So like Dr. Nilanjan again was telling about, if I go directly to the top, data. So it's about data privacy is very important. Then data fragmentation and heterogeneity is another big issue. Storage, data storage is big issue. Every second we are getting data, whether to how to store them, or whether we should store all the data or not. That is also important. Then data management, like it's the volume, velocity, variety and veracity. Then network redundancy, whether 4G, 5G, 6G, or people are talking about beyond 6G these days. Then latency, data redundancy, and connectivity loss. Everywhere, like in a brain surgery, even if a small data is lost, there can be a big problem. So these are some of the issues in physical, cyber physical system. Let me skip some of the other system which you can read in the paper. Next, please. It provides the significance analysis of CPPS deployment. What are the benefits in different domains? Like sustainability, everybody talks about. So we identified the benefits, economic benefits, qualitative as well as quantitative, which are recorded, environmental benefits, social benefits, and also the technological foundation required for all these benefits. So some of the benefits, if I say economical benefits, so it reduces the downtime of the machinery of the plant by 35%, from 3.68% to 2.41% in one of the large automotive maker in Germany. And when you have the billions of dollars in investment, improving the downtime of the system means a huge economical benefit. And about one on the environmental quantitative, so it has the electricity and resource saving of up to 10%. It has the potential of water demand reduction by 7% and energy demand reduction by 27% if you implement cyber physical systems. Next, please. So this is where we have to take a decision where to start, at unit level, at chain, process chain level, or at the system of systems level. So on the bottom x-axis we have the efforts or the complexity of the CPS, and on the y-axis we have the impact or significance of CPM. So you can see where it all started. On the LL module, it's about data acquisition system. When you use a small data, it starts with the, of course the efforts are low, but the benefits are also low. So if on the start with the efforts, medium efforts, about the cyber world, if you do the descriptive analytics, so not much benefit. Most of the benefits comes from prescriptive and prognostic benefits, and these days also the cognitive analytics. So if you go in the top, if I go on the 9th house, high effort, high impact. So it has, in the physical world, you have to think of the hierarchy level, system of systems level if you apply. And in the cyber world, you have the cognitive analytics module and cyber security module. Without cyber security, it's difficult to adopt. And in the smart manufacturing management, you have level 3 autonomy. So level 3 autonomy is that most of the decisions are taken by the cyber physical system. Only human beings is only observant about the KPIs, where we are moving, our benefits are moving, and value added services. So this is about the impact analysis. Next, the identification of, next please, paradigms. So we also deep dive that where we have moving 2030 and beyond in the top level. So it's in the cluster 1 at the bottom. Green one is the descriptive analytics. People started level autonomy, small unit levels. They started the empirical and physical modules. Physics-based modules were mostly started in the initial levels. Then static simulation, not dynamic simulation, not digital twin. Then static value stream mapping. So we value stream where how the product moves, where the value is added on the raw material, that is stream, but that is static, not dynamic, does not change with the time. Then static production planning, static analytics, and non-evolutionary optimization. And the middle level, like about 2030, it's about the human-machine symbiosis, dynamic simulation or digital twin, AR application in the maintenance and training, widely used, most widely used in Japan. Then standardization, right now we don't have standardization of data transfer and all those things, so there will be standardization. Then cybersecurity, data-driven and hybrid modules based on machine learning. Then cloud, edge and fog computing likely to be more. Then level 2 autonomy, where many of the decisions will be taken by the decision support system based on CPS, but human intervention will be central. Then blockchain enabled cyber physical system, then sustainability of cyber physical system, what Dr. Nilanjan was also telling, that there is a huge energy requirement in them. So whether we lose whatever we gain in other things, whether we lose in sustainability in the energy requirement. Then we have to make them simple and affordable cyber physical systems, dynamic sequencing and scheduling. So, and the live I will show you one example. Then after 2030 is expected the full autonomy to the cyber physical system. There are many industry in the, I have seen 1 or 2 in Germany, which are working on level 3 autonomy also. System of system deployment, then explainable AI technique. So I think mechanical and computer, they think alike. Cognitive analytics, generative AI techniques, automated data redundancy, then data democratization and value-driven CPPS is the future need. Next slide, please. So development of a concept map for CPPS. If you can see the small map, so it's a, if I have an industry, somebody comes to me that why don't you use CPS for improving your productivity, quality or flexibility or resilience, then I have to tell, I must be told that how CPPS so are required at what level, are required for what are the elements are which I have to do or invest in, what is the significance of what will be my return on investment, what are the enabling technologies for which I have to pay or I have to buy or I have to use, and what is the future scope. So it tells everything from the left side, it starts and goes on the right side at the very basic level where I have to decide whether I want to use it or I don't want to use it. If I want to use it, for at what level autonomy, this is that. Then next slide please. Some of the applications which we did during 3-4 years. Next slide please. Yes, thank you. So this is a cyber physical system framework for 3D printing analytics. We have a very simple about $1,000 3D printer, very basic. Elementally we converted that into cyber or smart 3D printer using not more than $100 retrofitted parts, which I will show in the next slide. And we have very good publication coming out of this thanks to COVID situation. So this all research, most of the research is done during the COVID time. So that forced us to get the data online. So it's very simple, like on the right side is start with the experimental planning, what you have to do, hardware and software required, experimentation required, computing technologies required, descriptive analytics, prognostic analytics, prescriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and finally the dashboard to the manager and operator, how we did. So next slide please. So this is a simple 3D printer. So we implemented on this like some of the data for energy consumption, for material weight computation, for temperature measurement, for vibration measurement. We put a camera for visualization. Then we have a scale for weight measurement. So some of the very small primitive things which is retrofitted on this system, and we get the data. Online students during COVID time get the online data from this. So next slide please. If somebody is interested in like what exactly was the hardware specification for them, so it's there in the hardware specification where we use where we computed, whether on fog or edge or on cloud, what was where. Next slide, please. So data acquisition, experimentational decision. Next slide, please. Computing platforms for cyber world. So where did we use fog computing? Where did we use edge computing? And where did we use cloud computing, and why? So we try to identify through it. Next, please. So this is the first algorithm, machine learning algorithm for characterization and energy distribution 3D printing. So that's a very interesting area. I have many papers in this area where energy is consumed. Many a times we don't know where energy is consumed. So this is will give you the energy consumption of each and every part, each and every process online, which we'll see in the video. So you know about machine learning algorithm, about PLA, BS, for different materials we did. Next slide, please. Then another model was developed to predict the remaining useful life of the nozzle. How much life is remaining? So that also. Next slide, please. Then we did the prescriptive analytics to prescribe the optimum printing parameter so that our nozzle life is maximum, energy consumption is minimum, our carbon footprint is minimum. So multi-attribute prescriptive analytics. Next, please. So we developed another diagnostic analytics to detect the anomalies because it's working online. So if there is an anomaly, then there can be a big problem. So we wanted to find out where is the anomaly. So there are quite of only structural anomaly we found, but you can find anything if you have the different elements where you believe that various anomaly can exist. Next, please. So this is a smart 3D printer management system where you can see live about carbon footprint and the material consumption. If you go next slide and click on the video. So this is the physical world. No, it's not very long, please. So the students sitting at home during COVID, they can see what is going on from a simple machine vision system. They can also see what is happening, what is the energy consumption, what is the carbon footprint, associated carbon footprint for each one of them. In fact, any data you can get whatever you want. What is the temperature? And this is the live visualization, what is happening every second. So that's all what we did. We made the simple smart 3D printer a smart 3D printer using minimum cost. Next application, please. Next slide. So this is another bigger machine framework for smart tool health analytics and management. Next slide, please. So there's another good paper coming out of it. Similarly, what we did in this, so it's already paper is available. But we also built, if you see the last portion, don't move, keep it. So this is a CNC milling machine, used heavily in the industry. So we put simple externally IoT devices to extract the data. So what is the big problem? So we have a JetKit company in Delhi. So they provided us that. They simply says that we give them a cutting tool and we say, you for this part, you produce 1,000 parts and then change the cutting tool. So nobody take any decision if the cutting tool is working fine, you don't produce more than 1,000, there is an economic loss. And if the cutting tool wear out before 1,000 products, then there is economic loss as well as product quality problems. So we try to develop for them a system which tell them about the what is the health of the cutting tool. On live they can see it for every machine. So simple spindle cutting tool workpiece, simple dynamometer, machine tool controller, stage indicator, there is a power monitor, and small XDK sensor node comes from the Bose company, small one which give you a lot of data about the power consumption, about the current variability, about the vibrations, etc. Next slide please. So it's give indication what systems were used and how the data was acquired using NI LabVIEW. All the data about power indicators. So maximally we use power indicators and associated current and anomaly detection. So next slide please. So we developed a machine learning algorithm for remaining useful life prediction using prognostic analytics, you know how much useful life. So there are some assumptions which depends upon the training. So we assumed something, and next then we prescribed analytics to give the optimal cutting parameters. So this is something we did more than what the company asked, and they were also surprised to see the data. That's okay, we always thought that these are the optimum parameters, but there are better optimal parameters for them. This is the anomaly detection, because nobody would like to leave the machine unattended unless they have some like anomaly detection tools in their pocket. So this is all available on their smartphone. So you can see after like initial phases there is anomaly detection because of the surface of the raw material being hard than the expected one, quality control problem in the raw material. Then in the last anomaly you can see that is a continuous anomaly. So we assume that tool is worn out now. This is how we decide the anomaly detection. So various machine algorithms were used like logistic, LTC, CAN and decision tree, random forest. Otherwise paper is not accepted these days. Next please. Can run the video please. Next. Oh, you have not seen anomaly detection algorithm. Next. Run the video please. So all the data is live. But the question is how much data should we capture, at what level, whether we require millisecond, nanosecond, minutes, all these things are to be decided by computer scientist with the training. And there was a good thing about this, that we came out with a knowledge management system. When we have large number of experiments, we found that there are 3 different colors. Chips which are coming out of that, they have 3 colors. So after like lot of more experiments and then talk with the JetKit people, we have identified that even the color of the chip can tell you whether your cutting tool is working perfectly or not qualitatively. Just like people tell by the sound of the car whether car is working perfectly or not. So with the chip you can tell about. So we developed a knowledge management system also here. Next and last application please. So this is a development of a cyber physical framework for learning factory to facilitate teaching, training and experiential learning. So we had, next slide please, a small learning factory where we take like 2 parts, assemble them together, then we take a decision whether the color combination is perfect or not, whether there is any defect, visual defect or not. So these are few of the decisions which we took. We use like RFID based real-time part traceability and a machine vision based defect detection system. So 2 algorithms were developed in this. All are available on the internet now as a research paper. Next slide, please. So if somebody wants to know the hardware used and the specification and for what application we use various hardware. Next slide, please. So another part during the discussion with like Volkswagen people, so we were just discussing their global research head, what are the challenges, why don't you use this and that? Then he said, yeah, part we can't trace the part, which part is used where. Because most of the automotive companies across the globe, they have callbacks during the last 10 years, most of them. It's not only like economically challenging, it's also the customer lose confidence in the car, if you recall back. And many of the time it was found that this is because of the part. Some of the components produced by some of the vendors, they are not of good quality. So we try to have the part traceability, so you can trace out all the parts. Immediately once you know there is a problem with the part, you can immediately find out which car has these parts. Next, please. So this is smart learning factory. You can find out at each of the process chain, 6 modules, what is happening at each of station, how much time it is taking, what is the energy consumption, what is the carbon footprint generated at each level. So this is what we did in RFID, of course, a challenge. Next, please. Can you run the video? Next. So we have developed a digital twin also for the same learning factory. Of course, it gives the saving in seconds, 1 or 2 seconds, but when we combine with the autonomous factory running 24/7, it makes a huge economical profit. So what is happening at each level? So if it is not assembled, it will give you a defect. It's sorting out defective parts, properly placed parts into all the systems. Thank you. So what are the major contribution on this? So there is a CPS framework where everybody can identify themselves, what to use, what elements. We need not to have all the elements, what elements, how much we can pay, how much complexity we can afford right now to get what will be the corresponding benefits. So, and we showed that there are 3 applications at unit level to a system level, how to use them in manufacturing sector. Next slide, please. Oh. Next. So these are, everything has a scope, limitations. So there are more, like we used only anomaly detected to the structural health of the 3D printer, but that can be one of the bigger problem in 3D printing is the clogging of the nozzle. So we can do that for the future researchers. You can identify the nozzle clogging and wear. Then in CNC health machine, we did only at the cutting tool level, but you can do at the machine level. So there is a small part, and in the learning factory, what we find out that when the speed is high, RFID tags, they fail to detect at higher speed. That was the big challenges which can be improved. And last slide, please. Thank you very much. You can reach me for this. And of course, acknowledgement. So research was done by my PhD student, Dr. Rishi Kumar, and my collaborators, Professor Christoph Hermann from Technical University of Braunschweig and Professor Sebastian Thede from University of Twente, Netherlands, and Rishi Ghosh, one of the undergraduate student in manufacturing engineering, not computer science. All are mechanical engineers. Thank you very much. I will be happy to take any question. Yes, please. So in this research, we monitored the power consumption through current and power both. So there is a power level. So you see there is initial level, there is an anomaly. But after that, there is a average power consumption. Once the cutting tool start wear out, then power consumption increases. So that's where we have to decide with, of course, certainty. Yes, that's what we did. Not only that, we predicted what should be the optimum cutting parameters so that this life can be increased. Of course, lot of data set is small. That is what Dr. Nilanjan also say.
Yeah.
If you have the different environmental data set, then maybe it can be more robust system. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam, everything starts with the physical world. If you don't have physical world, then become a simulation. The difference between simulation, digital shadow and digital twin. Simulation is like experiment. You have like y is equal to 2x. You give any value of x, it will always give a right simulation. Y is 2x. But we don't know whether that is true or not. That is why the mathematical models and the statistical model came into picture. Now there are machine learning algorithm and hybrid algorithm based on physics-based model. But problem with the physics-based model is that you must have the prior knowledge of the system. How the system works, what are the various elements, how they correlate.
Madam has pointed.
For learning factory, like last one, we developed a digital twin, which gives everything. We have done for last experiment, we have developed a digital twin where we can verify. Already that paper is also published. Input parameter, output, meta parameter. Based on the power and current consumption. Yes. We got like out of system qualitative parameters. The color of the chip also changes with that. But that's qualitative parameter. It depends upon our judgment. No, no, these are in mechanical engineering with standard parameters. So thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kuldip Singh, for the wonderful keynote speech. So we will continue with the next keynote speech. Will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Haryono Suparno, MSc, from BINUS University, entitled Intelligent Innovation for a Sustainable and Human-Centered Digital Future. Before he delivers his keynote speech, I would like to read his biography. Dr. Haryono Suparno MSc, CDACS, Associate Professor, and also Head of Program under Doctor of Computer Science, BINUS University. He is an academic researcher and research leader with more than 40 years of experience in higher education, research, innovation, and science and technology policy. His expertise includes artificial intelligence, machine learning, intelligence system, digital transformation, business intelligence, data analytics, and agricultural informatics, particularly for sustainable development and food system. He obtained a bachelor degree in statistics and computing from IPB, Institut Pertanian Bogor University, a Master of Science in Computer Science from Western Michigan University, USA, and a doctorate in Computer Science from the Asian Institute of Technology, AIT, Thailand. In 2022, he received the International Professional Designation of Certified Distinguished Applied Computer Scientist from the International Institute of Applied Informatics, Japan. Throughout his academic career, Dr. Suparno has supervised more than 225 undergraduate, postgraduate students, published extensively in international journals and conferences, and actively contributed to research and innovations. He served as a member of National Research Council Indonesia from 2011 up to 2020, contributing to the national research agenda in Indonesia's innovation ecosystem. And currently, he leads the Doctor of Computer Science program at BINUS University, focusing on AI-driven digital transformation, intelligent decision support system, data analytics, and sustainable industrial development. Beyond academia, he served as researcher, as a research reviewer as well for PDP Rispro, senior advisor to Apertani, co-founder and vice chair for the research and innovation of FIRST Indonesia, and advisory board member of the Indonesia Meteorological Society, PERHIPMI. He is also a frequent keynote speaker, doctoral examiner, research reviewer, and jury member for National Innovation and Digital Transformation Awards. He has research interests such as in artificial intelligence, machine learning, intelligence system, knowledge-based system, business intelligence, data analytics, digital transformation, agricultural informatics, sustainable food system, research and innovation management, and science and technology policy. And he has research vision, advancing intelligent, resilient, and sustainable societies and industries through the convergence of artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and interdisciplinary innovation. So please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Suparno Haryono. Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Dr. Afni, distinguished Rector of Manipal University, Jaipur, India, distinguished Vice Rector for International Affairs, deans, head of departments, respected leaders from BINUS University, honorable keynote speakers, researchers, faculty members, students, industry partners, and distinguished guests. There is three interesting keywords in this international conference. Firstly, related with technicality, which is right now very important and very relevant, with our life. That is computational intelligence and computer vision. And then also one important keyword in this conference, that is innovation. So it is very important to understand what is innovation. Let me introduce a simple yet powerful mathematical formula for innovation. Innovation is equal to invention times commercialization. This concept was introduced by Professor Edward Robert of the Sloan School of Management, MIT, USA, emphasizing that an invention creates value only when it is successfully commercialized. Prof. Ford, as the director of Doctor of Computer Science program, BINUS University, right now is working very hard how the research result from the dissertation to be able to create technology and also innovation means that the technology research result becoming commercialized. So I really give a high appreciation for the committee of choosing the title of the conference. ICF 2026 is not only a scientific conference, but it is also a platform where ideas, technologies, and collaborations come together to shape the future of digital transformation. This conference brings together key areas including artificial intelligence, computational intelligence, computer vision, internet technologies, software engineering, IoT, telecommunications, smart technology, data mining, and interdisciplinary research in intelligent computing. These technologies are becoming increasingly interconnected. Together, they enable intelligent systems that can learn, analyze, predict, support decision making, and solve complex real-world problems. Their impact can really be seen across healthcare, education, agriculture, manufacturing, transportation, finance, cybersecurity, environmental and monitoring, and public services. This convergence of intelligent technology represents a new paradigm of digital innovation. They enable systems to sense their environment, understand complex situations, learn continuously from data, communicate seamlessly, and make autonomous yet trustworthy decisions. Such convergence is accelerating scientific discovery, transforming industry, and creating innovation solutions capable of addressing increasingly complex global challenges while delivering greater societal environment and environmental value. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we are moving forward to see the framework of environment and social governance. This is also under the triple bottom line of principle under the United Nations: profit, people, planet, economic, social, environment. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve this vision, we need a comprehensive, responsible AI framework that guides the entire life cycle of intelligent system, from research and design to development, deployment, governance, and continuous improvement. Such a framework should integrate key principles, including explainability, fairness, transparency, privacy protection, cybersecurity, accountability, human oversight, sustainability, and trustworthiness. Responsible AI is not intended to slow innovation, but to ensure that innovation remains ethical, reliable, and beneficial for society. By embedding this principle into our research and technological development, we can build intelligent systems that earn public trust while creating long-term value for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also give some additional information. I have been visiting India for 3 or 4 times, especially in New Delhi twice, and then in Hyderabad twice. And I also have seen the map of Manipal University at Jaipur. Yeah, it is about 250 kilometers from New Delhi, if I'm not wrong. Not far from New Delhi, there is a small city about 100 kilometers, for example. Yeah, probably there is a city called Haryana. That's my name. Yeah. Okay. Then also I would like to give information that I have been having collaboration with a lot of scientists in India, especially from ICRISAT. It is in Hyderabad. Yeah, especially for sorghum and wheat. Yeah, more specifically, it's collaboration with Professor Nagarajan, which is a researcher in wheat. Yeah, so we are also having collaboration with the development of tropical wheat. Yeah, so we have strong collaboration with India. Yeah. Once more, when I was taking my doctoral program in Asian Institute of Technology, one of my 3 promoters was from professor from India, from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the success of computational intelligence and computer vision should not be measured solely by accuracy, speed, or computational power. It must also be evaluated through reliability, explainability, security, fairness, privacy, protection, sustainability, and real-world impact. I enjoy the speech of the previous 2 speakers, which has been so much very interesting for me, related with the 4th Industrial Revolution and beyond. Machine learning, deep learning, vision is very, very important for the future. A highly accurate model without transparency may reduce trust. A powerful system without security may create risk. An innovative technology without inclusiveness may leave people behind. Therefore, our challenge is not simply how to build more intelligent systems, but how to build intelligent systems that are responsible, sustainable, and human-centered. This reflects the spirit of our conference theme, Intelligent Innovation for a Sustainable and Human-Centered Digital Future. Intelligent innovation should advance scientific knowledge while addressing meaningful societal challenges. Sustainable innovation should create long-term environmental, social, and economic value. Human-centered innovation ensures that technology empowers people, strengthens communities, and improves quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the future of intelligent innovation rests upon 3 interconnected pillars. The first pillar is scientific excellence, where rigorous research, interdisciplinary collaboration, and continuous innovation generate new knowledge and technological breakthrough. The second pillar is responsible intelligence, ensuring that every intelligent system is developed with ethical principle, transparency, fairness, security, privacy, human oversight, and sustainability at its core. The third pillar is societal impact, where research is translated into practical solutions that create measurable value of industry, government, communities, and the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, together these pillars of intelligent innovation provide holistic foundation for building digital technologies that are not only intelligent but also trusted, sustainable, and beneficial for humanity. The three pillars mentioned can only flourish within a strong global collaboration ecosystem that connects researchers, doctoral students, universities, industry, government, and international partners. In today's interconnected world, breakthrough innovation rarely emerge from isolated efforts. They are created through continuous knowledge exchange, interdisciplinary research, cross-border collaboration, and shared commitment to solving global challenges. By fostering an open ecosystem of collaboration, we can accelerate scientific discovery, translate research into real-world solutions, and ensure that intelligent innovation delivers sustainable and meaningful benefit for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, so the simple math formula from Professor Edward Robert is very relevant and very understandable, and it's very easy to be a pattern of mobilizing all resources, yeah, from research, technology, invention into innovation. For researchers, it offers opportunity to validate ideas and strengthen scientific contribution. For doctoral students and young scholars, it demonstrates how research can evolve from theoretical concept into practical solution. For industry professional, it provides insight into responsible implementation of intelligent technology. For universities, it strengthens international research partnership and academic collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the collaboration between BINUS University and Manipal University, Jaipur, also highlights the importance of global partnership. Today, meaningful innovation increasingly emerges through collaboration across discipline, institution, industry, and nation. Indonesia and India possesses tremendous potential to contribute to the global digital ecosystem through strong research communities, growing digital economies, and increasing adoption of intelligent technologies. Together, we can help shape responsible AI, smart technologies, and sustainable digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this conference, allow me to emphasize three key messages. First, let us pursue scientific excellence through rigorous research, sound methodologies, high quality publication, and meaningful academic contribution. Second, let us strengthen responsible innovation by developing intelligent systems that are ethical, explainable, secure, trustworthy, and inclusive. Third, let us maximize real-world impact. Our research should not stop at algorithm or publication, but continue toward solutions that improve life, support sustainability, and address societal challenges. Over the next 2 days, I hope ICICV 2026 becomes a productive forum for knowledge exchange, international collaboration, and future innovation. May this conference inspire us to transform data into insight, algorithm into solution, and innovation into lasting positive impact. So that's the math formula from Professor Edward Robert will be applied and will give impact for all of us and our future life. Let's build a future where technology is not only smarter but also wiser, not only more powerful but also more responsible, not only more advanced but also more human-centered. Allow me to conclude with a simple thought. True innovation is measured not by intelligent technology becomes, but by how wisely it improves humanity and sustain our future. With this spirit, I warmly welcome all participants to ICV 2026. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful, productive, and inspiring conference.
Thank you, Dr. Haryono, for such wonderful
I am very
keynote
happy
speech.
because you enjoy lunch and listening my speech. So I would like to someone to help me to make a nice photograph from here.
Prof. Haryono,
no.
we still have one question for you from the
there is any question?
participant.
No, I'm just telling like that this is a nice experience and nice presentations. Thank you.
It's a compliment for you. It's a nice and excellent presentation. Okay. Do we have any question from the floor regarding Professor Haryono's speech? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Haryono. Very inspiring, and one of the quote that I want to discuss to you about innovation. Because currently, especially in the AI era, innovation looks like so-so. Anyone can make their own innovation without explore like in 1980 or 1970, right? For instance, like you can create any art, design, whatever using AI. Even you can create any product like the previous speaker discussed about the 3D printing, right? So my question is, do we have to change or redefine in the future about the definition of innovation? Because as I know, innovation is invention plus economic value. So in the era of AI, is there any other issue about invention itself? Because anyone can invent because of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ford. Thank you very much.
Please.
Very interesting question and very important question. Well, I start with the brief history of innovation. The word innovation was negative long time back. There is a book entitled Brief History of Innovation. So from negative definition up to positive definition, and your question is very relevant. Yes, we have to change again. Well, for the last 10 years, understanding innovation, most references are from Clayton Christensen of Harvard Business School. And then I quoted from Sloan School of Management, MIT, Professor Edward Robert, which is using a very simple math formula. Innovation equal to invention time commercialization. If invention not commercialized, it's not innovation. Very important. Dissertation research should have not only output, but also outcome. And then also becoming impact through innovation. So for the future, we put one more word. It's not just innovation, intelligent innovation. But also have to be very careful. I really agree with Prof. Ford. Be careful about using AI. Innovation actually created by our mind. Innovation actually a product, a physical product with the quality, and then ending with values. So Prof. Ford, I believe Manipal University and BINUS University, especially Doctor of Computer Science program, have to work together, thinking together, and then give new definition for innovation. And then also, Prof. Ford, it's not only definition of innovation, definition of intelligent innovation. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, Professor.
It's still homework for me from
Yeah.
Prof. question.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess intelligent innovation is only stop when we are using AI. Innovation only stop as innovation as a framework. Can be produced or supported by AI, but we need human intelligence to
Exactly.
really make it real, validate the framework into real world by commercialization or technology use, I guess. Thank you,
Thank
Professor
you.
Haryono.
Thank you, Bu Avni, Prof. So if we make a T-shirt, jersey or hat, you have to write human intelligence first.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Haryono, for giving us a very insightful keynote speech. So we still have one more keynote speech session. Roy, would you please help me to conduct the next session? Where is Roy? Wait a second. Because I don't have the... Oh, okay. So we will conduct the fourth keynote speech after lunch. So enjoy your lunch up to 1 p.m. What time is it now, by the way? 12:30 now. So we will have a lunch session up to 1 p.m. Then 1 p.m. we will continue to the fourth of keynote speech. So enjoy the lunch, everyone. Thank you. We will start our fourth keynote speech, will be led by Dr. Deepak. Dr. Deepak, please.
Yes, very good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Karamveer Arya, the keynote speaker for the session. Dr. Karamveer Arya achieved the Master of Engineering Integrated ME degree in Electrical Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, India, and earned PhD degree in Computer Science and Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, India. Presently, he is working as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at ABV, Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Gwalior, India. He also served Motilal Nehru National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, UP, MJP Rohil Khan University, Bareilly, and worked as Dean PG Studies and Research at AKTU, Lucknow. He was summer visiting research fellow at San Diego State University, San Diego, California, USA in June to July 2013. He has more than 34 years of teaching experience, undergraduate and postgraduate classes. He has guided 13 PhD and 105 MTech dissertations, and presently guiding 7 PhD and 2 MTech students. He has published more than 250 journals and conference papers in the area of image processing, biometrics, machine learning, medical imaging, and the relevant disciplines. Dr. Arya has co-authored a book titled Security in Mobile Ad Hoc Networks and edited 6 books, namely Emerging Wireless Communications, published by Springer, Digital Image Enhancement and Reconstruction by Elsevier, Intelligent Vision in Healthcare by Springer Nature, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Techniques in Image Processing and Computer Vision by Taylor and Francis, Biometric Computing by Taylor and Francis, and Intelligent Media Processing and Computer Vision, IET. He has also co-authored more than 25 book chapters as well. He has successfully completed a couple of funded projects on image analysis. Dr. Arya has chaired the technical session in international and national conferences in India and abroad and delivered many invited talks, keynotes in India, USA, Singapore, South Korea, Mexico, Sri Lanka, Malta, and Thailand. Dr. Arya is on the editorial board of many international journals. He has edited the proceedings of 9th IEEE International Conference on Industrial and Information Systems, held on 15 to 17 December 2014 at Gwalior, India. And the 7th and 8th International Conference on Intelligent Technologies, held in December 2022 and 2023 at Jakarta, Indonesia. And 2nd International Conference on Computer Vision and Machine Intelligence, CVMI 2023 at Gwalior, India. Currently, he is a member of Organizing Committee and Program Committee for various technical and international conferences and workshops. He is a senior member of IEEE and a fellow ITE, fellow Institute of Engineers India, and member of ACM and life member of ISTE India. So it's our pleasure, sir. Please welcome. Thank you.
Very good afternoon. This is my luck or bad luck, whatever you call, because most of the time I get the session immediately after the lunch. And that is the most difficult session because you have to keep the audience alive because everybody feels sleepy after taking a good food. But anyway, I will try that you do not sleep. I will try to make the speech as interesting as possible. The topic is AI-powered medical imaging. Particularly in the morning, Dr. Nilanjan has told that there is a scarcity of the doctors, so therefore we need to have the technology intervention to help the people. So he has given the brief idea about this, so maybe that with that background you will be able to understand it very properly. So next slide, please. So this is my detail. So we have a Multimedia Information Security Research Group at in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, India, Gwalior. In fact, this was the first institute in India which was dedicated to information technology. It is established by Government of India and fully funded by Government of India. Next. So the brief outline is that I will start with the introduction of the medical imaging, then some basic medical image models we will talk, then AI technologies in medical imaging, and after that some challenges, some research frontiers, we will talk about that. Next please. So medical image diagnosis, it is primarily the diagnosis of the disease using the medical images. So we have medical imaging may be in the form of X-ray, it may be in the form of CT, it may be in the form of PET, or any other modalities which is used to capture the information about the different part of the body. And interestingly, all these modalities, they cover the different aspects of the body. Some of them will be having the information of the soft tissues, some of them will be having the information about the hard tissues, and so on. So many times, that even one modality is not sufficient. We need to go for the multiple, so we'll talk about that, what are the challenges over there. So here the main thing is that it enables the non-invasive visualization of the internal body structure, helping the clinical to take the accurate decision on the early clinical inspection. Because we know, particularly in the critical diseases, as early as we identify it, it is easy to cure it, and then you can help the patient to enhance the life. Particularly, if I tell you lung cancer case. Lung cancer, even clinically, it is diagnosed at a very late stage. And therefore, the survival rate in the case of the lung cancer is around 4% worldwide. This is the worldwide data. So, and the clinical doctors say that if we can get little early, even a year or so, or 6 months early, maybe we can increase this survival rate up to 10% or 12%. So that is the importance of the early diagnosis of any disease, particularly the critical diseases. So therefore, the here objective is that we want to have the technology intervention to have this early detection of the disease. So this is the, why do we need it? So early and accurate decision of the the life of the people, support the precision medicine, non-invasive insight into the human body, because invasive is not always good. So if we can have non-invasive things, because invasive means that you are inspecting the body with some rays, and more the body is exposed to the rays, different type of rays, it will have the side effects. So therefore, the objective over here is that we can have the non-invasive things. Many times you might have heard that the people insert the chip into the body. It looks very easy, it looks very convenient that we are getting the all data, but what are its side effects? Nobody takes about it. There are, whenever your body is exposed to any electrical signal, the severity of the signal may be different depending on what modality you are using, but definitely it's going to do some harm to the body. So therefore, non-invasion is very, very important. So if we could develop a technology where we are not piercing into the body, that is good. Then we can have the things which can be addressed globally. That you have your data at one place, but that can be accessed from anywhere from the world. So that way, you have the reach to the major community of the doctors worldwide. So that is the benefit of it. Otherwise, what will happen? That you are localized. So if your data is locally, you have to just consult the local doctors. If you want to consult the doctor outside your city or outside your state, you have to take the patient to that place. But once we have such system in place, you need not to take the patient to that place. You just share the data with the concerned expert, he or she will look at the data and will guide from there itself. So that is what it is required, why the AI in medical imaging is required. Next, please. AI, we heard a lot of AI, but this concept is not new. Just for the sake of completion, I have included a slide, though it was not required. The very concept of AI came in long back in 1956. And the person, McCarthy, he was the person who involved this term. And in fact, how this term came into picture, that McCarthy, he was from Dartmouth College, then Merlin and Minsky from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and Nathal Rochester from IBM, and Claude Shannon. Shannon's entropy you might have heard. The same person. These four people conducted a summer project in 1956. And that was at the Dartmouth Summer Research Project on the artificial intelligence. The first time the word artificial intelligence came into existence was in 1956, which was coined by these four people, particularly the person on the left-hand side, John McCarthy. And after that, it did not get much interest of the researchers. So it was sleeping. It was a sleeping area. Not many people were there to work in this area. In the last 2 decades, around 2000, it again got popularized. And nowadays it is the most hot research area. Why it is most hot area? Because this area has the application in every walk of life. Be it economics, be it psychology, be it sociology, sciences, technology, everywhere, even medicine, biology. So everywhere it has the application. Therefore, this term has become now very, very popular. So, and in fact, after 50 years of that, in 2006, this stone was put on that building, where first, which is a dedicated center of AI in the same college, Dartmouth College. So after to celebrate its 50th anniversary of AI, so a dedicated building is given, and this is the foundation stone of that building. So just for giving this information, I have included this slide over here. Otherwise, all of you know what is AI or all those things. Next, please. Next. So, next. So, this is in Legend Learned. It was 2016 skin image classification. AI was used. Next. In protein structure prediction, AI was used. That was the first work was carried out in 2021 by Jumper et al. Next. Medical image segmentation. The different parts of the body are segmented, and based on this segmentation, we try to find out the area which is diseased and area which is healthy. So the segmentation is very important. Next. And this is for the patient care. You see patient is there, all equipments are there, and you see a robot-like thing is over there. So the manual intervention has been removed. There, a robot has been fixed, which has all the programmings, which can monitor all those things and send the signal to the remote server, which is being observed by some of the medical expert over there. So all these are this 4 example I have taken particularly to show you that where AI is being used. Next. These are some news about the industry and why this AI has become so hot. Because industry has started showing the interest in that. This news came in 2019. Apple's future healthcare market moves will rely heavily on AI analysis. So Apple's healthcare now AI based. In 22, Amazon is buying the membership based healthcare provider One Medical for $3.9 billion. Google to store and analyze the millions of health records. Microsoft Healthcare is new effort to push doctors to cloud. So these are the interests of the industry. So because industry also started taking the interest, So this AI area has become very, very popular. Next, please. So AI technology in medical imaging. In machine learning, we have traditional algorithms, support vector machine, random forest, etc., feature extraction, and handcrafted radiologist analysis. See, basically, it has been observed only the features which are extracted by using some algorithm, they are not sufficient. We need to have some handcrafted features also. Handcrafted features means, example like mean value, median value, or all those things. So they are called as the handcrafted features, which are obvious from any data. So when we have the combination of these two type of features, it has been observed that the accuracy of our diagnosis system is better as compared to the other systems. Deep learning methods, CNN for the image classification, detection, and segmentation. In medical also, we do all those things. Segmentation, I told you that we try to separate out the disease part and the healthy part. Detection, that separating out that area, and then classifying what exactly it is. Because I have found out this is a disease part, but what type of disease is this? Even if it is a, suppose, let us say some cancer, so what is the stage of the cancer? Is it in the beginning, or it is in the middle stage, or it is advanced stage? So that comes under classification. So detection that cancer is there, and then the classification among the different categories in that what are, which category this belongs to. 3D CNN, volumetric data analysis, RNN, and the long-term memory, they are all being used in the medical imaging. Next. Transformer-based architectures. Vision transformer is a very, very popular architecture, which is being used in the medical imaging, which captures the global context. Hybrid CNN transformer model to improve the feature representation, which is called as the generative model. I will just briefly tell about this model later. Then super resolution imaging and domain adaptation, explainable NLI. In the morning 2 lectures, you talk about this explainable AI, which gives you the explanation of the particular things. And then saliency map, GradCam, attention mechanism to improve the interpretability and the trust of the doctors. Next. This is a overall architecture of how AI can help in the medical diagnosis. So we have taken the 3 considerations over here. One is the human level, the patient, doctor level, the medical expert, and of course, the cellular level, the scientist who developed the medicine. So in a human level, it is just imaging. Just you take the X-ray or the CT or something. The patient is just concerned with that some image has been taken by some modality. At the doctor level, they talk about the anatomy level, like for example, the MRI, the veterinary anatomy of the body. And then in the cellular level, they talk about the microscopy images. Microscopy image means that the images which are taken from the second layer of the body, like skin is there, and the layer below the skin, that is called, when you take the image of that, it is called a microscopic level. Then in the processing, for the patient only just recognition is there, identifying what is. For doctor level, classification and segmentation. That MRI, doctor sees, different parts are being segmented, and based on that, doctors decide what is the, what particular disease is there. Here, they will be talking about the particle picking, and based on that, the vaccine was developed. In the doctor's case, the disease diagnosis, cancer treatment, radiation therapy, neurosciences, etc., all will come into picture. For the patient level, he is just concerned with the healthcare. So AI plays the different role for the different set of people. It has some role for the patient, some different role for the doctors, and another role for the medicine developer scientists. Next. Next, please. We were talking about GAN. Generative adversarial network. Generative means learn a generative model. Adversarial means trained in the adversarial setting. And networks means use of neural networks. So from these three words, this GAN came into existence. But nowadays, this is the most popular model in majority of the application areas. Next. So why generative model? See, discriminative model works on these mathematical things. We have been given an image X, and I have to give a classification level Y to it. So primarily, we are trying to estimate the probability of Y given X. I know the probability of, I know the image X is given to me. I want to give a level to this. So I want to find out with what probability I can do it. So the problem over here is, sometimes I can't model PX. So if I can't model PX, so from those people who know the conditional probability, we need the probability of X. So therefore, I cannot generate the new images. Generative model in general copes with PX, and we can generate the new images. How we can generate? Just a diagram I'm showing to you. Very simple diagram, but for the understanding purpose. Next. You see, if a user gives that information only, just a green strip, so you will have some this type of images. Very generalized images, we can't say anything what is it. Maybe somebody will say that this is an image of some field or something like that. But suppose you just give one more information, that dotted peak type of thing. So it will generate the images which have the peaks and this color. So you see the green color and some peaks. Suppose we give some more information to it. I have given, let us say, the blue color above there. So it will have the images of peak type where the bottom is green, peak is there, and the upper portion is blue. So it looks like that this is an image of a mountain. Because if you see the mountain from distance, you will see this type of images. So therefore, the generative models help us to generate the new images. The moment you keep on increasing the information to it, you will get the more accurate images generated by this. Next, please. This is the GAN's architecture. We have the real world images, then a sample X from there. Previous slide I will show you that X is a given image. Then we have a discriminative model. So this discriminative model will give me dx. Suppose we have a latent random variable z. I have a generative model. It will generate a function g of z, where g is some mathematical function which is applied on the parameter z. And then we give to this discriminator model. So discriminator means that discriminate between the two, means finding the difference between the two. So we have the, based on that, it will give us dx is real or fake. So based on that, the classification will come here. Or we will try to find out the loss. Loss between the fake and real. And if we can minimize this loss, it means I am able to generate the real images. So the objective over here is that minimize this loss. So we will be trying to solve this problem as an optimization problem. Next slide, please. So advantage of GN, plenty of existing work on deep learning model is there, Boltzmann machine, deep leaf nets, variable encoders. They are the very popular models which are being used in this. Why GN? Sampling or generation is straightforward. Training does not involve maximum livelihood. Actually, maximum livelihood is a statistical method which we use in the discriminative model. And it is a computationally very costly affair. But here we don't need it. Robust of overfitting, since generator never sees the training data. In the morning, Dr. Nilanjan was talking about the overfitting. When overfitting takes place, your data is very small. And data is very small means your parameter has saturated. And once the parameter has saturated, whatever the data you keep on giving them, they will not change. So it means whatever the learning parameter values has been set, based on those values, your prediction will be there. So here, overfitting problem is not there, which is very much prevalent in the discriminative models. Next. This is the Gans mathematical formulation, minimize G, maximize D at V of dg. So we have a V of dg as a optimization function where we are trying to maximize the parameter D and we are trying to minimize the parameter G. So it can be formulated this way. V dg can be formulated this way. The expected value of log of dx for all x belongs to px, expected value of z belonging to qz, log of 1 minus d of dz. So you see this thing was coming from our fake thing. This is coming from the real thing. So here the objective is that we want to maximize this. So if in my model this portion of the expression is maximum, or let us say 100% this, it means there is no fake one. So we want to maximize that first term and we want to minimize the second terms. So that is how I say that again we try to develop as a optimization problem where we want to maximize some parameter and minimize the other parameters. Next. And the next equilibrium, these probabilities should be equal. This is the min batch stochastic gradient based algorithm. For the first part of the algorithm is discriminator update and then later one is the generator update. So for a case step, a sample of m noise samples are taken Z1 to Zm from an YG prior data PG of Z. Sample min batch of m samples x1 to xm, they are the actual data. From the data generating a distribution function, p data of x. Then update the discriminator model by this expression. Gradient of theta d, 1 by m, summation over all the m samples, and the same expression which we have in the previous slide. This I indicate here the ith sample. And we will do all these things for all the samples, all the m samples. In the generator update, sample m same as there in the upper one, and we update the generator descending like this. So here also we take the gradient, and for all samples of the fake which are being generated over there or generator model, so we will try to minimize this. Next please. So challenges in medical AI. Next. The reliability. Next. Generalization. Data efficiency, multimodality. Next. So in the reliability, AI can be insensitive to the tumor shrinkage or lesion progression, etc. So that is the issue comes with the reliability. How much reliable the AI input is? Because as the disease progress, it will not be talking about that. Reason is because it has not been trained to that. How your tumor is healing or it is increasing, it is not trained to that. So it will not be able to take those parameters into consideration, and hence whatever the output we are getting by the AI model, that may not be correct. So we cannot rely clinically, and based on that we cannot start the treatment. You can see here. Like, this is the area, then here, it has something different. This new growth has come over here, but because earlier it was not there, so it will not take care of this, and so on. Next. Generalization. AI model is limited when generalized to the different input data. Different input data means different patients, different anatomic sites, different modalities for capturing the data, and different technologies. So therefore, the patient have all these things, different modalities. Some X-rays, some people are coming with MRI, some people are coming with the CT images, some people are coming with the PET. So therefore, and for capturing all these, the different technology is being used. So a lot of variation is there. So maybe that this AI model cannot capture all these variability related to the data. Next. Data efficiency. Data collection and annotation can be bottleneck for a AI model development. In the morning, Dr. Nilanjan was telling about the annotation. So annotation means the same data, you are rotating it, you are changing some angle, etc. So you are increasing the number of samples in the data. Why we want to increase it? Because I need a lot of data to train my model properly, otherwise that overfitting problem will come. So to avoid the overfitting problem, we need to have a lot of data, and for that purpose we do the annotation. Other thing is how expert your data collection technician is. How good he knows about the data he's being going to collect. So that is also an important thing. So next slide please. Multimodality. So medical data is inherently multimodal, I told you that. PET, MRI, etc. Next. So this is what. So I tell you, this is the biggest challenge in medical AI analysis. We have EHR scan, clinical notes, medical images, environmental sensors. Nowadays you see that many people have started using the smartwatches, where a lot of parameters from the body are being captured. So I'm talking about those environmental sensors, microbial data, virtual health interaction, lab test, and genomics. So these are the variability in the data, multimodality. And for capturing all this data, you need to have the different way of capturing. You need to have the different sensor. So that poses a challenge. And then here we have the for medical AI, the large learning models, and here are the integrated diagnosis, treatment planning, predictive monitoring, and patient education. So you see a lot of variability is there at the different levels. And this variability at the different level pose a lot of challenge to the researchers who are trying to develop AI-based model for medical diagnosis. Next. And these are the, next please. Application of AI in the medical image. This is detection and screening, for example, the cancers, diabetic retinopathy. Nowadays, in eyes, retina is being affected by the diabetes people. They have a lot of issues with that. Then disease classification and staging, the grading severity, risk prediction, prognosis prediction and the treatment planning, that is the forecasting, organ and lesion segmentation, pulmonary diseases particularly in the, we have seen a couple of years ago, the COVID, there was a lot of challenge there, the segmentation, workflow optimization, track, prioritization, work reduction, etc. And the multimodal radiogenomics analysis, imaging, and genomic data. Combining these two data, imaging data and the genomic data. Next, please. So you see all these blocks which I have seen, they are a research area in itself. You can take any one of these areas to work on. This is here in the medical, we try to solve it as an inverse problem. Inverse problem means the medical image process can be written mathematically as y equal to ax plus n, where n is the noise, a is the information coming from the imaging system, whether it is MRI, whether it is CT, whether it is X-ray. So depending on how the image is being captured, the matrix A will change. X is the high quality image. So, and then based on these two and along with the noise, I have the measurement. And this measurement will change from the change of modality, change of X, change of A. So here what is the problem is that I have the measurement and I am trying to extract the image X. That is why we call it the inverse process or the inverse model, something like that. Because so far what we were doing, we were having the image and then we were trying to find out the measurement. But now suppose the measurement is there and we are trying to find out an image from this. Next. This example particular I have taken to show the severity of medical data. The data collected by the dermatologist is organized in a tree structure taxonomy which is having 2032 diseases. When the number of diseases are that large, it is very difficult. So you see, it is represented this way. We are just talking about the skin image. So here the skin image, and they are the different part of non-neoplastic. Then in the non-neoplastic, different data is there. Then benign, different categorization is there. Then malignant, the different classification. Not all has been shown over there, because here also then different branches will be there. That's why it makes 2032. And there are some images which you will see when you take the skin images. So when I say the skin images, again, it is not just image of this. It is the image below this first layer. That is called as this skin image, we call it below the first layer. So you will see this type of things. And sometimes very difficult to identify that which category this belongs to. Next. So this problem has been solved by using a Google inspection V3 CNN architecture, pre-trained on in the morning, Dr. Nilanjan told about the ImageNet data set. So it consists of 1.28 million images over 1,000 generic project classes. It was fine-tuned on the data set of this much skin lesion and comparing so many different diseases. So here you see, this is an image you have, skin image, and this is my CNN. It consists of the different layers. Different layers are convolution layer, average pool, max pool, concatenation, dropout, fully connected, and softmax. So all these are the different functions performed by the different layers in the multi-layer CNN. And based on this, you have the different training classes. So this model has been trained on so many classes, not all. And they have, some of them has been listed over here to just give you an idea what is the problem, what is the severity of the problem is. And then after that, inference classes varied by task. So 92% were found as they are malignant melanocytes lesions, and only 8% were benign. Now you see, when we say the malignant, it means the advanced stage. So then treatment becomes difficult. So therefore, if we can start doing it early, so here the objective is that we want to reduce this number and want to increase this number. So if we have this, then we increase this, means that the severity is less. The treatment can be done. The life can be increased. Next, please. This is for the same model which I have shown in the previous. These are the confusion metrics for the CNN model, and it was got verified by the two dermatologists. This and this. And you can just see here, if you have the idea about the confusion matrix, the confusion matrix is that on the diagonal, we have the correct predictions, and off diagonal things are wrong predictions. So you see, and different colors have been shown over here. You see, approximately similar behavior is being observed by the CNN model as well as both of the dermatologists. So therefore, we can say that a CNN-based model could be a good model in this case, in the skin diagnosis case. Next. The challenges in the research, data label challenges. Next. So limited availability of the high quality annotated data set, data heterogeneity, variation in the scanners, protocol, demographics, privacy and data sharing restriction. Next, please. In generalization, models often fail to generalize to the new hospital or the unseen population, so generalization is not there. Vulnerability to small perturbation on the network, adversarial network particularly. Therefore, there is a need for the domain adaptation and the robust training method. Next, interpretation and the explainability. Models often fail to generalize to the new hospitals and the unseen population. What happened? Oh, next please. See, this has been repeated actually. Here in the interpretation, looking at the data, you have the different interpretation. Different person will have the different interpretation, so that is the challenge over there, and therefore we talk about the explainable AI over here. Because it will be modeled, it will be trained, and then the prediction will always be, the explanation will be same. Integration to the clinical workflow, difficulty embedding the AI tools into the existing radiology system. How these tools which we are developing, they will be integrated with the radiology system means that suppose you have X-ray or you have different modalities. Then you have to fit this model into in between where you give the input from all the modalities. And automatically your system should take that in the particular ailment, whether I have to consider MRI, I have to consider CT, or I have to consider X-ray. So that decision has to be taken by your AI model. And based on that, analysis is done, and then the output will come that this is the disease, and this is the stage of the disease. So this integration with the sensor is very, very difficult. This is a big challenge. Like in the morning, Dr. Sangwan was showing for mechanical system, so similar integration we need. So mechanical they could do some, but here in the healthcare, we still could not. So that is the big challenge. Requires seamless human AI collaboration rather than replacing the expert. One more thing I would like to emphasize over here is this AI in medical imaging does not mean that we are replacing the doctors. No way it is the replacement of the doctors. It is to assist the doctors to have the better diagnosis. Next, the biggest challenge is this. All AI models can amplify the biases for the race, gender, disparities, etc. Lack of standardized regulatory pathway for AI tools, and challenges in accountability and the medico-legal liability. So there are not the smooth rules for this. Therefore, integrating AI into the medical, traditional medical system is the biggest challenge. And there need to be a lot of work done worldwide. A proper regulatory things should be there, regulations should be there, which are acceptable by worldwide, so that there is no change from when you are going from one continent to other continent, or one country to other continent. They should be same for the worldwide. So these challenges need to be looked into, need to be developed to have the seamless integration of AI models into the traditional medical diagnosis system. Next. So this, I will just discuss these research frontiers and then we will stop. Next, please. So the foundation and the large multimodal, the combining of the image, text, and the genomics. For example, MedPalm and BioGPT are the two models have been developed on this. Next. Self-supervised and the few short long, the address, data privacy, and the labeling scarcity. Next. In the federated and the privacy preserving learning, use of the synthetic data generation for the safe data sharing and the model training. GAN is the one good example for this, and the diffusion model we can use over here. Because the thing is, initially, you cannot say the actual data of the patient, because that is a serious concern. So, therefore, this we start with the created data or the fake data and try to develop the model based on this. I have seen that how the GAN was generating by giving the information on that. So we are doing this way. The current research is focusing on such data, not actual data. Next. Human AI collaboration. So human in the loop and the interactive AI system should be there. Even if I am using the actual data, the patient should be in loop. That your data is being used for this purpose. and he should be informed accordingly that we have done this, and this is the prediction of that. We have done this, yes. And there should be a very, very important thing that this collaboration is very important. Next, in digital twins and personalized simulation, modeling the individual patient trajectory. Next, real-time edge AI deployment for point-to-point care of the application. Next. This is what I was saying. Global and equitable AI solution. Prioritize the local data, representation for the people with the disabilities, and bridging infrastructure gap to AI serves the public interest globally. Data is local, but we want to serve the persons or the public globally. Next. Integration with the clinical workflow and the decision support system. So we embed the predictive intelligence directly into the patient's care journey by minimizing the interruption. So interruption should not be there. So all these are the research frontiers where the interested people can look into. You can pick up any one of these and start working on it. Everywhere there are a lot of research challenges over here, and these research challenges need to be addressed, need to be solved by the researcher like you. So thank you very much. At the end, I thank the organizers to give me this opportunity to discuss this topic, which is very close to my heart, where to you people, so that you get the insights to take the new opportunity, new research opportunities in a very important area of research where the good outcomes can really help the human being, can really help the society. And the objective here should be all these technologies to be developed in such a manner so that the cost of deployment of the technology is affordable to the general public. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay? So can you just go to the last slide? Just last slide. Just move to the last slide. Yes. Oh. Okay, leave it then. So if any question, please feel free to ask. So if there is no question, I thank the organizers as well as the audience to attend. I saw that everybody was attentive. So it means I am successful in my mission. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, sir, for your valuable presentation on this the key area of this conference, that is computer vision. So our next presentation is by Eugenio Vocataro. Okay. So can we have the slides, please?
Good morning, Deepak.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, Eugenio. So, I would like to introduce you. Eugenio Vocataro is a professor at the Research Institute of Nanotechnology, CNR, Italy. Okay, he is joining us in online mode. Okay, and he leads the AI laboratory at CNR Nanotech, University of Calabria, Italy. He holds Management of Engineering, Masters in Industrial Engineering Management 2006, Master in Finance 2016, and PhD in Information Communication Technology 2020. He has decades of experience as the company director, production, and logistic manager of business groups, heads of editorial production of important IT publishing. His research focuses on AI, machine learning, deep learning, explainable AI, and computer vision. Since 2024, he has been member of the Evaluation Expert Group, GEV, for the sector ING-INF 05 within the framework of Italian Research Quality Evaluation. So we welcome you, sir. Thank you. Yes, Professor.
Thank you for the.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I have shared my my monitor. Are you able to see my presentation?
No, it's not visible.
It is not visible right now.
Okay, I'm on Zoom platform.
Yeah,
okay.
we are on Zoom.
Okay, and I have shared my presentation on my PC.
Okay. Just a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Now it is visible. Yeah, visible.
Ah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well done. So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you today, even if I'm joining remotely. First of all, I would like to thank the conference chairs and the organizing committee for inviting me to give this presentation. Last year, I had the honor of serving as a general chair of this conference hosted in University of Calabria and in Italy. So today I will talk about the use of artificial intelligence for the structural health monitoring of historic buildings. Historic buildings are much more than engineering structures. They represent our history, our culture, and our identity. So protecting them means protecting an important part of our heritage. Unfortunately, these buildings are affected by aging, pollution, climate change, and many other factors. So traditional inspection methods are often expensive, time-consuming, and cannot provide continuous monitoring. So AI is changing this scenario by combining sensors, computer vision, machine learning. We can detect damage earlier, support maintenance decision, and improve the preservation of historic. So let's begin. Okay, this slide shows the outline of today's presentation. First of all, I will briefly introduce structural health monitoring and explain why it is important for historic buildings. Then I will just recall the main artificial intelligence techniques used in this field, and I will keep this part very simple and focus only on the key concepts. Next, I will show several real applications based mainly on computer vision and image processing, and I will also present a case study from our research activities in Italy, the implementation of a digital twin structural health monitoring system for the Cattolica of Stilo. And finally, I will discuss the main changes of some future research directions. So let's start with the first part of the presentation, where I introduce the structural health monitoring for historic buildings. So historic buildings are much more than old structures. How I have just said, they represent our history, our identity. At the same time, they are continually exposed to aging, weather condition, climate change, and material degradation. So these factors can reduce both their structural safety and their architectural value. So for this reason, structural health monitoring, SHM, has become an essential tool for preserving historic buildings. So the main goal of SHM is to detect damage as early as possible, allowing engineering to plan maintenance before serious problem occurs. This help reduce repair cost, extend the service life of the structure, and improve safety. In addition, SHM help us in understand how environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, and the seismic activity affect a building over time. So this figure shows some of the most common types of damage found in historic building. As you can see, these include cracks, material loss, weathering, biological growth, moisture, dust deposition, and the surface deterioration. At the beginning, many of these defects may appear to be only aesthetic. However, if they are not detected and treated in time, they can gradually affect the structural integrity of the building. So, historic buildings are also exposed to earthquakes, strong winds, heavy rain, and all these factors accelerate the aging process and increase the risk of serious damage. This is why continuous monitoring is so important. Detecting a problem early allows us to preserve both the safety and the historical value of the structures. So these are just a few examples of what can happen when historical buildings are not properly monitored and maintained. Unfortunately, similar events have occurred in many countries around the world. So again, heavy rain, earthquakes, strong winds, and material degradation can seriously damage historic structures, and in some cases, even lead to their collapse. Also, human activity play an important role. Vandalism, pollution, and improper intervention can further accelerate the deterioration of these buildings. When damage is detected too late, restoration becomes much more expensive and sometimes impossible. On the other hand, regular monitoring and early maintenance can significantly reduce repair costs, preserve cultural heritage, and protect the local economy, especially in areas where tourism is an important source of income, like in Italy or in India. This is exactly why structural health monitoring has become a key factor, a key tool for the preservation of historic. So, at this point, let's see how a typical structural health monitoring system works. The process starts by placing sensors, real or virtual, in the most important part of the structures. These sensors continuously collect information about the condition of the buildings, and the collected data are sent to a processing unit where there are stored and analyzed. So the next step is data analysis. There is a particular similitude with medical context, and different algorithms are used to identify possible anomalies, evaluate the condition of the structure, and estimate the local, the location and the severity of any damage. So the final goal is to support engineering in planning, inspection, and maintenance activities before a serious problem occur. And today, AI adds an important new capability. AI can automatically recognize damage pattern, classify different type of damage, and support faster and more reliable decision making. So this slide summarizes the 4 levels of damage identification proposed by Richter, which is a ancient protocol. We move from simply detecting the presence of damage to identifying its location, estimating its severity, and finally predicting the remaining service life of the structures. So these levels are still considered a useful reference for modern structural health monitoring systems. And overall, implementing structural monitoring using AI involves several steps. We have data collection, that include the data on design specification, material used, and its environment condition, data like temperature, humidity, vibration coming from sensor. So we have data analysis, aims to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies in order to help prediction of the of potential structural problems. The modeling, which aims to create a model to simulate the behavior of the structure and under various conditions, also testing different scenarios. Prediction, through the use of machine learning, of deep learning, of pipeline, allow to predict when the structure may be at risk of failure and determining the type of classifying the domain. So implementation of the monitoring system involve installing sensors, creating a data acquisition system, and integrating AI algorithms for data analysis and the prediction. So the system should also include alerts and the notification to alert engineering and maintenance. So, just a brief recall to the main artificial intelligence technique that are effectively used in structural health monitoring. My goal here is not to provide a complete overview of AI, but simply to recall the basic concept that will help us better understand the application presented later in the talk. So before looking at the application, it is useful to clarify the relationship between AI, machine learning, and deep learning, moving from the paradigm that AI is the broadest field. Its goal is to develop systems that can perform a task that normally require human intelligence, human in the loop, also in this field of application. Machine learning, which is a subset of AI, instead of following a fixed rule, machine learning algorithms learn patterns directly from data. Deep learning, which is a subset of machine learning, and is use artificial neural network with multiple layers to automatically learn complex features from a large amount of data. So today, most of the recent advances in the computer vision and the damage detection are based on deep learning technique. So this slide summarizes the most common learning algorithms used in structural health monitoring. As is possible to see, there are many possible approaches: supervised, unsupervised, semi or weak semi-supervised. Supervised learning includes algorithms such as decision trees, random forest, SAP or vector machine, and artificial neural networks. Unsupervised learning includes techniques such as k-means clustering, often used to polish the background of the images, for example, and Gaussian mixture models. There is no single algorithm that is always the best. The choice depends on the available data and on the specific application. So in recent years, however, deep learning has become the most promising approach because it can automatically learn relevant features directly from the data without the need for manual features extraction. So for this reason, most recent research in SHM is based on deep learning models. As George Box famously said, all models are wrong, but some are useful. So our goal is simply to choose the most useful model from the problem we want to solve. So in this slide, machine learning includes a very large number of algorithms and models, and the pictures gives a really overview of the main available approaches that in recent years are continued to grow, including hybrid models, digital twins, physics-informed machine learning. However, for image-based structural health monitoring, deep learning and especially CNN have become the dominant solution. So today we are also seeing the emergence of foundation models and the visual transformer, which are opening new research direction for structural health monitoring. And drawing on recent and important review relating to SHM, most widely used algorithm is shown in the table, and in particular in the pictures. They are contextually correlated with the various phases of the SHM process. So this slide really summarizes the many advantage and the limitation of the most common machine learning algorithm used in SHM. So there is no single algorithm that is always the best. The choice depends on the available data, the type of the image, and the final object of the analysis. So the figure on the right also shows that different algorithms can support different stages of the SHM progress, from damage detection to damage localization, classification, severity assessment, and damage prediction. Now that we have reviewed the main technique, let's see how they are applied in real-world scenarios. So let's move to the most interesting part of my presentation and see how these methods are applied to real problems through image processing and computer vision. I will present several examples coming from scientific literature, followed by one case study, one real application coming from our research activities. So artificial intelligence is used in many different aspects of SHM. As shown in the slide, I support material characterization, vibration analysis, structural assessment, image-based inspection, and many other engineering tasks. Among all these applications, image processing and computer vision has become one of the fastest growing research areas. So the availability of drones, high resolution cameras, laser scanners, and large image datasets has made computer vision an extremely powerful tool for heritage preservation. In my own research, I have applied AI to different domains, including medical imaging, precision agriculture, and cultural heritage. Although the applications are different, the underlying AI techniques are often the same. This demonstrates that AI is not limited to a single application domain, and the same methodology can often be successfully transferred from medicine to agriculture, for example, from industry to cultural heritage. So, regarding the implementation of SHM via image processing, we have to say that traditional visual inspections are often time-consuming, subjective, sometimes difficult or even impossible to perform, especially for large or inaccessible structures. There are two examples in the picture of non-contact data acquisition systems that are now widely used for heritage inspection. So, thanks to high-resolution camera, drones, laser scanner, and AI, we can automatically detect, measure, classify different types of structural damage without direct contact with the building. So, detecting and identifying damage based on visual inspection is complex and not always feasible. This is a first example, concerns the digital modeling of historic vaults. Accurate 3D extraction is essential for documenting historic buildings and supporting structural assessment. So, in this case, the input data are acquired using laser scanners, producing dense point clouds with millions of measured points. In this work, artificial neural network was trained to reconstruct the vault surface directly from the acquired point cloud. One of the main challenges is the presence of occlusions. If I made a similar case in a medical application, we have artifacts. And in this example, part of the vault was hidden by enhancing a candelier during the laser scanning process. So the neural network was able to reconstruct the missing portion of the surface while preserving the original geometry. As is possible to see, the reconstructed model is very close to the original one, showing how AI can support accurate digital modeling of complex historic structures. And again, regarding the detection of efflorescence and spalling in brick masonry, is known that many historic buildings are made of brick mortar masonry, where surface deterioration is one of the first signs of structural problems. So today, even simple images acquired with the digital camera or with a smartphone can be analyzed using AI in order to automatically detect damage such as fluorescence, spalling, cracks, and weathering. So the experts label a set of representative images, and these labeled examples are then used to train supervised learning models. Once again, once the model was trained, the system can automatically identify and quantify similar damage on new images, supporting faster, more objective, and more consistent inspection. This approach is particularly useful for detecting subtle surface change that may be difficult to identify during a traditional visual inspection. So this is a perfect example on how AI can support experts, not replace them. So in this slide, CNN is used to automatically classifying damage in historic masonry. The input is simple, an image of a brick. The CNN analyzes the image and assigns it to one of the four classes: intact, crack, efflorescence, or spalling. So the model does not simply say whether the brick is damaged or not. It estimates the probability that the image belongs to each damage category. And using this approach, the author of the paper Damage Classification for Masonry Historic Structure using the CNN based on still images achieve an overall classification accuracy of about 94%, demonstrating that deep learning can provide reliable support for automatic damage inspection in historic masonry structures. So, from the user's point of view, the process is very simple. We take a picture, we analyze it with the CNN, and automatically we obtain the type of the image. And after training the CNN, the next step is to locate the damaged areas on a complete masonry wall. So the image is analyzed by scanning a small region one at a time. Each region is classified and the results are combined to produce a damage map of the entire wall. So in the picture, the blue and the red boxes highlights the few false negatives and the false positive, showing where the model made our incorrect prediction. Overall, the results are very encouraging. The system was able to automatically identify the location of cracks, spalling, and florence. And this example clearly demonstrates how deep learning can support automatic inspection of large masonry structures, reducing both inspection time and subjectivity. Instead of analyzing one brick at a time, the system can inspect an entire wall automatically. So this is another interesting application where the author developed a system called Grid Watcher, which combines mobile technology, cloud computing, and deep learning for large scale heritage monitoring. The idea is very simple. Anyone, including experts, tourists, volunteers, can take a picture using a smartphone and upload it to a central platform. The images are stored in the cloud and automatically analyzed using a CNN. So experts can then validate the results and update the damage database. This collaborative approach makes it possible to monitor very large cultural heritage, creating a continuously growing database that improves both damage detection and long-term conservation. This example shows how AI is not only about algorithms, it's also about connecting technology, experts, citizens to better preserve our cultural heritage. This is another interesting application where the authors focuses on other important application of AI, the automatic detection and the classification or defects in stone masonry wall here. The study was carried out on the Chapel Royal of Stirling Castle in Scotland. The workflow starts with the acquisition of the facade using laser scanning and high resolution images. The wall is then segmented, damaged areas are automatically detected, and each defect is classified into categories such as material loss, color alteration, deposits, or biological colonization. The final result is a complete damage map of the facade, providing a detailed and objective assessment of the conservation state of the building. So, compared with the traditional visual inspection, this approach reduces subjectivity, improves repeatability, and supports more effective planning and restoration of maintenance activities. And again, after training the model, the detected damaged areas are automatically classified according to the type of deterioration. So different colors represent different deterioration. For example, the red areas indicate regions affected by erosion, which are mainly concentrated near the bottom of the wall because of moisture, salt crystallization, and freeze death cycles. The green region corresponds to mechanical damage. Interestingly, many of these defects have a similar shape and are located at the same height. Historical investigation suggests that they are probably caused by masked shots. So finally, the blue areas represent color alteration and the surface deposits, which are often associated with long-term environmental degradation. So this example shows that artificial intelligence is able not only to detect damage, but also to distinguish different deterioration mechanisms and detect detailed digital maps that support conserving planning. So, this is another important type of application. This example focuses on weathering recognition in historical stone monuments. Weathering is a slow deterioration process that caused by environmental conditions such as rain, temperature variation, pollution, salts, and biological growth. Detecting this alteration at an early stage is essential for preserving a cultural heritage. In this study, the authors collected more than 80,500 images from historical monuments located in the UNESCO Heritage Area of Konya in central Turkey. A deep learning model was trained to automatically recognize 9 different surface conditions, including fresh stone, crack, erosion, efflorescence, black crust, biological growth, and even graffiti, as we can see in the last picture. The results showed that deep learning can accurately distinguish different weathering mechanisms, providing valuable support for preventive conservation and long-term monitoring of historic monuments. So here, the final example from the literature introduce a more advanced deep learning model called Mask RCNN. Unlike image classification, Mask RCNN not only recognize the type of deterioration.
Professor Eugene Fokalturuk, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you have another 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I'm in closing phase. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
So, unlike image classification, mask is not only recognize the type of deterioration, but also precisely identify its location within the image of generating a pixel-level segmentation. Again, this figure shows that the final result obtained with the trained mask after collecting about 2,000 images, the network was trained to recognize the different deterioration categories and then tested on both external and internal view of the model. So this example clearly shows how AI is transforming SHM, moving from manual visual inspection to automatic quantitative and repeatable damage assessment. Before moving to our case, I would like to mention 2 additional applications. The first one shows how deep learning can also run directly on mobile device. And the second example is even more specialized. Here, artificial neural networks are used to identify the mineral composition of granite surface from RGB images. So these other 2 examples demonstrate that AI can support the entire conservation progress, from damage detection in the field to material characterization during the restoration. Also, these are 2 very recent work. In the first one, using YOLO 5, the author identify and localize the effects such as crack. In the second one, a particular multi-static system is used to remotely monitor the structural condition of historic monuments. So, moving after reviewing the current state of the art, I would now like to conclude with one of our recent research projects carried out in southern Italy. I'm speaking about the Cattolico stele, which is one of the most important Byzantine monuments in southern Italy. It was built between the 9th and the 10th centuries and represents one of the best preserved example of architecture in Calabria. So we have located the virtual sensors and used a variable dataset on several factors. Our contribution was the development of a digital twin that combines 3 different components. First, a 3-dimensional reconstruction of the monument. Second, a climate-derivated indicators describe the environmental stress acting at each architectural element. Third, a predictive model able to estimate future deterioration. So the digital twin is therefore not only a visualization tool, but also a decision support system. And one of the most innovative features of our digital twin is its ability to simulate future scenario. In this example, we compare the normal environmental condition with an hypothetical extreme rainfall events. By changing the environmental input, the AI model immediately estimates how the deterioration risk change across the model. So before concluding, it is important to remember that AI is not a magic solution. There are still several challenges that need to be addressed, moving from the data viability to complex and heterogeneous structures, and also to cost, ethical concern, and limited interpretability. So the same activities of explainable AI used in medical imaging can be used in this new type of health. And again, the use of AI effectively in structural monitoring is becoming increasingly common and could have a very interesting development in the future. Some possible direction of research include AI that it's transforming early detection, the realization of digital twins, and the
Prof.
integration. See, I'm closing. 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. So, artificial intelligence will not replace structural engineers. It will employ them, and the futures of cultural heritage preservation lies in the collaboration between AI engineering and human expertise. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Prof, for your keynote speech. Anyone from the floor want to have a question for him? I think we still have a chance for one question. No? Okay. So, Professor Eugene Focaturo, thank you so much for your wonderful keynote speech from Italy. Give applause, everyone. So, before we go to the technical session, we're gonna have token of appreciation for all keynote speakers. Please, Dr. Roy.
So for giving the token of appreciations to all the keynote speakers, I'd like to request Prof. Ford to come up on the dais. So Professor Karmveer Arya, sir, please come. Next is Professor Haryono.
He's not around.
Oh, he's not here? Okay. Professor Nilanjan De. I think he is also. Okay. Then is present. Professor Kuldeep Singh Sangwan sir is also not here. So thank you, Professor
Thank you,
Ford.
Professor Ford. Yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us in the keynote session. Now we will go for parallel technical session. Will be conducted for on-site. Will be conducted in 2 rooms. The first will be chaired by Ibu Dr. Maria Susan in this room for technical. I think 1. Yeah. For parallel session 101, and then parallel session 02 will be conducted at 06. Will be chaired by Dr. Roy.
By Dr. Megha Arkeri ma'am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, everyone. Enjoy the technical session.
Yes. So, authors of your respective sessions, you can check your schedule for the sessions.
For the technical session, we will start at Galadin at 6. So it's supposed to be end up all of the session before 6. Okay, so this is just to remind, we have only time 3 hours from now. We will end up at 6. Thank you.
So the authors who are in technical session 1, please be here. And for technical session 2, please go to room number 806.
806, correct.
806.
Yeah.
In
Technical
this
session
floor
2,
only.
806, and then technical session 1, 800 here.
Yes.